or anything like that. It took a lot out of me. That's all it really was.
I think it's the same when you
4 years, bro.
I was watching your Thousand Year Blood War arc shit, Naya. It's really quick, and how you like basically fell back in love with Bleach again, sort of idea. I think it's just the same idea here with One Piece, man. It's like, yeah, you get hyped and pumped when you're like, yeah, I actually really like this shit, you know.
It was just so weird to me because like having like really read. Hi, babes. See you in the chat. I was just like, yo, did I just really decide to misunderstand Bleach? Like I just misunderstood so much. Like I felt so stupid looking back, and I'm like, I think what really hit me is when I watched like Ulquiorra and Ichigo, and I'm like, this might be the most perfect thematic battle I've ever seen in like mainstream shonen. With the like, you're more of a hollow, you're becoming more human, trying to understand the heart, and I'm like, how did I miss this? I'm not dumb. So
yeah. Well, you and I have talked about that, and I know we'll talk about Bleach. But it's One Piece time for sure.
Yes. Let me just go grab a water. I'll be right back. Because I might be here for a while, right? And by the way, I always say this. No one's obligated to stay the whole time, or like you come when you can. Any time you can give me, the much appreciated. So no rush. No worries. You have to step out. BRB.
Well, nice to meet you guys.
Right back at you.
Yeah. Actually, I think Recon, you and I have actually been in one of these before together, I believe. Maybe one.
I think you're right.
Yeah, once or twice. Maybe not One Piece related, but something. We talked.
Yes.
Yeah, but I've never talked to do it. All right, that's a long ass name. What do you want me to call you?
The channel Haku with the two. So.
Okay, all right. Haku. Yeah, no, the first time meeting.
Yeah, I've been doing just a tiny little One Piece channel for 9 years. I say One Piece channel as if One Piece is even like a fraction of what I do. But,
Same.
I've collabed with Naya for years now on Tower of God stuff.
Yeah.
That's another series I need to catch back up on.
That's pretty cool. Naya and I actually met. We did Seven Deadly Sins on a podcast together. That's how I met Naya. We were covering Seven Deadly Sins together for a good long while, and then moved on to other things.
With Grim, yeah.
With Grim.
The Boars hat, yo, man, I miss those days.
I do miss that.
No, those were good times, man. I actually like my big goal for this year is like I really want to kind of pop my head into more communities, because I'm always just like in my little corner of the internet, not really branching out, and I really want to do that with Tower God, like get more people, like get on more channels, and same thing with One Piece. I want to get back into the community again for real. I stepped away for a while in Wano, but Egghead and Elbaf got me acting different. I'm back.
Okay, let's go.
I'm back.
Here we go, baby.
But yeah,
It's so crazy, Naya, that you reached out, because in the last stream, I shouted at you and Lads. At the moment I saw the axe, I was like, he needs the axe.
Where's the handles? I literally can't see an axe and not think about it, because even when Scopper and I'm showed up, I'm like, the axe. Where's that? Like no one in chat knew what the fuck I was referencing, but I did though. I did. Now last.
My eyes deceive me.
Yes, sir.
Is that Rico?
Yeah.
It's been too long, bro. It's been.
Yeah. Oh, the vibes are immaculate already.
Yes, sir.
It's good to see you, brother.
Yes, it is.
Yes,
it is.
sir. How is everyone?
We good.
We chilling.
Good. That's good. Literally just got back in the house.
We gonna be yapping today. I got a lot to say.
Yep.
Okay, let me just cook up my intro real quick, and then we'll hop in. Greetings and salutations, everybody. Welcome to part 10 of ranking the One Piece series. This is when we go through each arc in One Piece by saga, and we end up giving it a score out of 10. Just so by the very end of One Piece, we're gonna give an overall score based on from the first part to the last part. So there's actually a playlist called Ranking the One Piece series if you want to go check out the older ones. They're all pretty long though. We be yapping. I feel like the Thriller Bark arc was like the shortest one, but that was still fun for me. We got some people who are going to be coming in a little bit, but let's just introduce who's here now. We got the one and only Griever.
What's up, boys?
We got Haku off the tubes. We here.
Gotta do the classic heyo, everybody. Haku here.
We got the handle, King Recon.
Where's the handle? Yo, what's good, yo? What is good? Happy to be here.
We got the Fleet Admiral, the Black Leg himself. We got Straw Hat Pat in the building.
Lady Water.
Is it louder? Okay, I'll turn everybody up and myself too. So just real quick. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna be starting off with the Egghead arc. We're gonna be talking about all things Egghead related. Then we'll be transitioning into what we know so far in the latest arc. So I'm very excited to get to that. We're gonna be having a more of a free-flowing conversation. I might just pick on somebody to start with a topic, and then we're gonna go there and start with it, and then we'll just see how the conversation flows. Egghead was actually an arc I was low on until I reread it, and I'm like, I'm dumb. I wasn't reading it. I wasn't paying attention because I was salty about Wano. I wasn't paying attention. Last but not least, I'm gonna be firing up the Brooks Works broadcast again. We're gonna be bringing that back. I'm gonna try to do it once a month. Since we kind of missed January, I'm gonna try to get 2 in February or at least 2 in March. And that's just us choosing whatever topics about One Piece in general we want to talk about and coming on. And I'm gonna try to have somebody each time, whether it's Pat, and Alan will probably be the main 3 more often. If Haku and Griever, you're always around. You too, Recon, you're always welcome. But I'll try to get somebody like bigger than me just to every once in a while, like Jay or Brago, whenever they can. So yeah. So I'm gonna just take myself off the screen here. You see where we going? We got. Oh, babes, it's time for you to go. So you don't get spoiled. You over there just at the time skip. So don't get spoiled. We about to hop right in. With that being said, let's start with Egghead. And you know where I want to start, right? That boy right there shining, glistening, all yellow. The greatest Marine. Not greatest, but my favorite Marine. That boy Kizaru. He was going through it that arc. He was going through it.
Your boy Crocodile, honestly, but okay, all right.
You gotta save best for last. You gotta save You gotta save Crossgill for last. Come on now. You already know I'm about to go crazy with my 2 billion berry bounty goal. Yeah, I'm rounding it up. I'm glazing. I rounded it up. Who's stopping me?
I'm there with you.
Nah, I do want to start by saying, wait, y'all need to bring it back with a new series. I will. I need to start with saying that, I was actually initially really angry at him because I'm like, finally, I've waited years for this moment. He been kicking us at light speed for how long? It's time. That boy was mentally nerfed. His heart was not in it, and he gave me Tony Snell numbers. But I understand. I understand. It was a lot, man. Like he basically raised Sentomaro. He's the reason he has that guard. He's like, my guard, nothing to sneeze at either. I was like, hold on. I really like this because we kind of had that with Aokiji and Garp with the battleship bags, and I'm like, okay, so we're kind of keeping that theme going. I thought that was pretty cool. To the point that I wonder if Sakazuki secretly has some little protege somewhere running around in the One Piece world. Green Bull? Oh, that's a good point. Green Bull.
He's a fanboy more than anything,
know.
but still, it's still the same sort of idea. And it makes sense for the different admirals to have different versions of what an apprentice is. You know what I mean?
Right.
Quote unquote. So,
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. But how do you guys feel about his? I actually think from a character standpoint, it was really good stuff. Like I really enjoyed it from a character standpoint. But like when he gets another chance to perform, I need to see that. I really thought I was gonna see the Logia Awakening. It's okay. I'll wait. I'll be patient. But it hurt. Everybody was cooking.
When do y'all think we will get that? Like in the final war? Do you think is when he's cooking the Logia Awakening for Kizaru?
Ooh.
you don't think he's already awakened?
It's not that I don't think
I'm
he
saying,
is.
like when we're gonna see it.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the key. Like when will we witness the greatness.
Ah, okay.
You know.
Hmm. Final
Yeah.
War, 100%.
Who do you think the first to do it will be? You think it's gonna be like an admiral? I thought
The
maybe
first,
Aokiji versus
Mhm.
Garp could have given us that, but I don't know.
the
Mhm.
first Loki awakening. Honestly, I feel like your boy will be the first one to do it because he
Crocodile.
was the first one that we saw that was Logia, right? So it would only make sense for
Technically, it was
Crocodile to
Smoker,
have
but
Logia.
but he was the one that we really had to go up against. But Smoker was the first Logia.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And then we
Yeah,
saw Aokiji, as far as admirals, we saw Aokiji before Kizaru. So,
No, he's talking
but
about
still,
Crocodile. I think not Kizaru, because
oh,
did
oh.
we did I guess we did see Ace before we fully knew Crocodile's ability, but I think Crocodile might have been revealed as a
true.
Logia before. I don't remember the order. That might be.
Okay,
No, no,
see,
no.
yeah,
It
I
was
was thinking
Smoker
like
for
in
sure.
terms of like actual hand-to-hand combat because Smoker was just chasing them around. They didn't really fight him.
Hey, Luffy did not know what was
So like
going
as
on.
far as the fight goes,
Dragon was
yeah.
like, "Hey boy, go to sea, man. Go to the sea. Y'all not stopping my boy. You're not stopping my son." But honestly, I think Egghead is like a very interesting arc because I just think that it introduced so many new like ideas and concepts, and like finally we got to know if the Gorosei could really throw down or not. I did think they could throw down, but I didn't think they were gonna
Yes.
come out showing out like this. This was crazy. These are some
Me neither.
fucking demons. Shout out to the
Literally.
room. Yes.
Yeah, that's when Egghead really picked up for me because I was not feeling Egghead. I mean, I like the what you consider the post Wano, I guess, arc. Like we got the bounties, we got the the how the world's gonna work and stuff. And before we landed, we got Jewelry Bonnie and stuff like that. After we arrived there and stuff, it was gonna be so lore based. We're gonna get so much information, and we were gonna understand the Void Century and Devil Fruits and blah 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 blah. And we basically got fuck all of that. And then all of a sudden we jumped into the Garp stuff, which was absolutely incredible. And then it wasn't until shit went south on Egghead that I really started getting back and more invested myself into the Egghead arc when the Gorosei showed up, when shit was like, holy shit, because everything else was just like, okay, these are semantics, these are fodder. We have Gear 5th Luffy, we have Conquer's Hockey Awakened Zoro here. The Seraphim are nothing to these guys. Like Rob Lucci, these are not combatants anymore when it comes to the Straw Hats. We need, so when all that went down, I was just like, yeah. But when the Gorosei showed up and they showed up hard, it was like, Transmutation Circle? What? What are we doing? What are we doing here?
Straight up, bro.
Giant fucking yokai monster spider? Are we in Inuyasha all of a sudden? What the fuck is going on here? And it was like, holy shit. And then, yeah, so when when St. Saturn showed up and with Kizaru and stuff, that's when Egghead was selling me on being a good arc. Before that, I was more happy being away from Egghead, that, with the Garf stuff and post Wano stuff before, you know what I mean? And then
Same.
all of a
I
sudden
was
we
there
got,
too.
because the first half of Egghead was just, we were supposed to get all this lore. We've been waiting on Vegapunk for 500 chapters, which is basically 10 years. We've been waiting on, he knows everything. He's 500 years in the future. He has this, he has that, he has the other thing. He's blah, 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 blah. And then all of a sudden I understand nothing that I didn't already think about Devil Fruits. I know nothing more about the Void Center. I know very, very little from Vegapunk being revealed in the story that I didn't already know or 90% guess. So I'm just like, meh. But then when we jumped into the Gorosei, that's when shit went wild. And I love it.
Because for a while there, it was like, okay, we're jumping away. We're seeing like Kid and Shanks off the coast of Elbaf. We're seeing Blackbeard and Law. We're seeing the flashback to what was happening at the Reverie. We're seeing what you said with the Hachinosu stuff. Like every time we're cutting away from Elbaf, we're getting like series high level, some of the like top characters getting actually shown doing things. And then we go back to Egghead and we're just kind of running around a bit, and a lot of things are getting off-screened. So for a long time there, it was like, when we're cutting away, we're getting some, like, series peak kind of stuff. But then when we're with the actual Straw Hats, it's not hitting as much.
That's basically all I was saying. Yeah, pretty much.
Go ahead.
Going into the first half of Egghead, one of the things that I really enjoyed was the whodunit aspect. I always love when Oda does the whodunit thing. Obviously, Water 7 is the biggest example. But whenever he goes into the mystery element of who's behind like something, and we all as a community have to come together to figure out, all right, who's behind this entire debacle that's going on here. I always appreciate whenever he does that. It's one of my favorite things that he does with his with some of his arcs. And one of the coolest things about this one was because they're all the same person, it made it so interesting because it added an entirely different element on a weekly basis of being like, how in the world does he not know who's behind this, if it even is him? And then you brought in the elements of potential outside forces potentially being the culprit behind the thing. And Among Us was really big at the time, so it's like all of that stuff was so much fun over on the streams to be able to figure out, all right, who in the world is the one behind all of the craziness here, because it felt like there was like 3 people who were the masterminds behind everything in the first half of the arc, and it was so much fun. And whenever the York reveal happened, of course, it was super dope. But that was definitely one of my favorite aspects. That, and when chapter 1064 dropped, first saw the giant robot, which we of course know as Emeth now. But when we first saw him, that was a series-defining thing for me. For a very long time, a major theory within our community had been that the One Piece, the backstory of the series, the voice entry of the series, took place in a futuristic setting, and so to see that confirmed there within that particular chapter was huge for me. I was like, man, this is awesome. I'm very much looking forward to getting some more stuff on that, and of course, we're seeing some payoff to that with like the mural and stuff in Elbaf. But
I was about to say,
at the time, it was just so cool seeing that.
It almost looked like they had some type of nuclear energy similar to the Mother Flame, if not exactly the Mother Flame. So like, it's like with the world ending a couple times. I know we're jumping a little bit forward, but like, we lost a lot of technology. So it was really interesting to see that. And obviously, Vegapunk's reveal was something that we wanted to see for quite some time. I'll be honest, and I don't particularly. I'm pretty like indifferent on him. Like I don't love or hate him. He's like there for me. But it was finally nice to really get into that, to the Vegapunk punk bag, and see what he's up to. One thing I want to say is, like, the first time that I read it, Egghead kind of like, because I was a little bit disengaged. There's a lot of small things I didn't pick up on, like, so like, has it been confirmed that Bonnie's actually 12? If I'm correctly?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like. Yeah. That made a lot of sense of a lot of things that happening. I'm like, why are you over there crying? Like, it's not him. I'm like, okay, like you're actually like still a child, kind of. Like, I know you could embiggen and get older and whatnot, but like you're actually still a child, which makes a lot of sense to a lot of stuff that Bonnie did. Go ahead.
We should have really gotten the foreshadowing or really understood it when she got pulled out of the ocean and she was in little girl form. Then we should have known, crap, yeah, getting pulled out of the ocean, she would have been in base form.
Yeah,
but you don't lose your ability though in the water. You just get weakened because Luffy can still stretch. Right? It's a sea stone that stops you.
Well, sort of, Naya. You're sort of half right. Like, no, you won't be able to. Yeah, like, no, I'm with Haku on this one. It's like, yeah, no, she was submerged, so Luffy can't stretch while submerged. As far no, he can. He can't do it willingly. We saw that in Arlong Park. So. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, actually, now that you bring all that up, it's kind of maybe one of those things like sizes in One Piece where maybe it's just kind of inconsistent.
Well, I mean, Bonnie's situation is a little bit particular because she didn't eat a devil fruit. She was like experimented on.
That makes sense, actually.
Yeah.
And maybe it depends on the type of fruit, because with Luffy, he just becomes rubber all the time. But like when he was fighting Hody Jones underwater with the bubble, he was like, doing his little attacks underwater. They're just weaker and slower. But hold on, let me just see what chat's saying for a little bit. Oda really gave us a God Valley tease in Egghead. Indeed, he did. The girls say being able to teleport anywhere as long as one of their members are at the location. The Gum Gum fruit / God Jehovah fruit should have been captured day one. I will say this. The one thing about the Nika introduction a little bit does make the world government look very incompetent. I will say I did think since like the O'Hara book stuff, everything, I'm like, okay, you guys are looking kind of crazy right now. Like, tighten up. But I think the God Knights are gonna like make up for some of that stuff.
I just want to fight back on that comment for 1 second, because if the Gorosei actually thought that the gum, we have no confirmation that they knew that the gum gum fruit was actually the Nika Nika fruit. They had no idea. Maybe Shanks knew. Once again, we don't know that either. We have actually no confirmation that anybody knew that the Drums of Liberation was hiding in the Gum Gum no Mi. So, as a result, I'm not going to fault them for that, because they sent a CP. They didn't send a God Knight. They didn't send one of themselves. They sent Who's Who to capture this fruit. They capture a lot of devil fruits. I'm not convinced that if they knew that this was literally their antithesis, this was their, holy cross against a vampire level thing, they wouldn't have sent more than just Who's Who. CP0. So I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced they actually knew that. Maybe they had a guess. Maybe something like this. Oh, the Gum Gum no Mi. It's not within the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. Well, we don't even have confirmation that all devil fruits are recorded in that either. So even Vegapunk's confirmation in this arc saying, "Oh, the Gum Gum no Mi is not listed." Do you know every devil fruit? Do we know that's completed? Nothing in the One Piece story has told me any of these answers, so I'm not going to say that they're incompetent in that regard, because we don't know that they actually knew that. Did they know it was the Nika?
That's fair. I think maybe once they saw the white, they knew. What's up, Alan? I see you. Welcome.
Yo.
Hold on, get up to chat real quick. Just give me 1 second.
I also, getting kind of off into like theory territory, jumping off of that.
Yeah.
Something that I've thought for a while, and it might have to do with how the Gomu Gomu no Mi works as the Nika fruit. To a certain degree, I think since we've gotten that reveal and Vegapunk said, devil fruits are just dreams that people have, I really think that devil fruits work how you think they work, because some people's rules that apply to their devil fruit make no sense. Mm-hmm. And we saw in Wano a lot when we were getting the Nika reveal, with King being like, pterodactyls work like this, or Queen being like, brachiosauruses work like this. So I think how you think your devil fruit works is how it works, which is how Luffy goes to like gear second, accelerating his blood, gear third, blowing up huge. It's like how he thinks it works is going to be how it works.
I agree with that.
That's fascinating.
That goes into the way it works.
I'm not sure if I fully agree, but I do like the theory. I do like the concept that is part of it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, as well as within the confines of what you can do, you can get as close as you want.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, that was something that I always hated that in Wano, when Kaido was like, but he has the rubber fruit, how is he doing this? And I'm like, motherfucker, Kaido, you have a guy on your crew with the straw fruit that is making like voodoo dolls and shit. Why are you surprised by this?
Kaido's funny, man. All I cared was about Lilith, honestly, because she introduced us as her own character, and it's okay to care about characters in a mystery. Also, Lilith is parody. Yo, Naya, good to see you talking One Piece again. I'm back. Naya's complimenting Oda for revealing a character after 40 years. Okay, what did I do? He can be stretched. They used to be unable to move Luffy when escaping Impel down. All 5 there makes them look incompetent. Them beating 1 elder would be okay, but 5. I'm gonna come back to that because I know what you're talking about. I'm gonna explain why I kind of like it. We should be hyped that we see a character that's been a silhouette for decades. Oda's aged or something else. Was it good, Naya? I'm good, man. What's up, Mook? Yo, love seeing Naya talk that One Piece. I'm here. The Gorosei say themselves that they know that the Gum Gum fruit is literally the Nika Nika fruit. Did they say that for real? I didn't remember. So if it's true, then
send me the chapter.
Chapter 1044. Mm-hmm. In chapter 1044, they did say that the other name of the Gum Gum fruit, implying that this is knowledge that they know, is the Nika fruit. Okay? In the initial reveal chapter. It does say that.
Really?
There's a whole book of devil fruits that Saudi's family had access to. Why wouldn't the most powerful / influential organization in the world also have access to that? Didn't they also say it felt like the fruit was running away from them for like centuries too? In that very same page. Yeah. I do like.
It's been avoiding them.
Let me ask you guys a question, and Like, there's no wrong answers. Because as much as I actually really like Gear Fifth. Like, I love it. I have no problem with like the cartoon antics and everything. Like, I love it. And it does make it difficult for me sometimes to know like did he hurt them or not? I'm not sure sometimes. But do you guys think that something Oda kind of came up with later on, or something he planned from the get go of the story? That's kind of like my question. Like, was it kind of a retcon?
I think it's a combination of both.
Okay.
Yeah,
The
same.
more I read,
I think.
One at a time.
No, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Pat.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. You're already
Pat.
talking.
Cook. Really?
I was just saying, like, you know how like they say some authors like write their story backwards.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like the further deep I get into One Piece, it feels like everything starts to make much more sense. Like in retrospect of what we already know. So I feel like he had this idea in mind. Now, did he know exactly how he wanted to introduce it? I don't know. But I feel like he always wanted to do this because like I'm seeing like all these Easter eggs that people are pulling out of like the sun god being referenced throughout all of One Piece from the very beginning. I'm just like, dude, the guy is on another level. He's on a different level.
Okay. My theory is that
it's
Emu
also
told
like
them at the last
listen,
second. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. Just read the comments. Go ahead.
I was gonna say that like for this subject, it's so interesting to me because we know that Luffy from the very beginning up until even before Gear 5, you would always see like the comparisons between the Tom and Jerry cartoons and Luffy's abilities, and like they're so clearly inspired by Roger Rabbit and Tom and Jerry and the Flintstones already. But then you get into Gear 5 and it's like, okay, this is unrestricted Oda being able to do all the cartoon antics he's ever wanted. So I don't know if it was planned from the beginning, but I do think that when Oda started the series, he wanted Luffy's final power-up to be, I want him to be as cartoony as possible times 5. You know, like,
or like
he started off the
He
series as
wanted to
cartoony
create
as
a Tom and
possible.
Jerry, a Bugs Bunny. Yeah,
Yes, for sure.
I agree.
I definitely think his power would have gotten here at some point. I do ultimately think it's one. Here's the best way I can explain it. He's done enough good groundwork in terms of his lore and world building that he can add it, and it makes sense. But I don't think that he necessarily had that idea from inception. Like maybe some inkling or some idea, but not exactly this. Because I do feel sometimes like every time someone's like Nika this, Nika that, I'm like it can feel forced a little bit, but listen, man, the savior is coming. He's coming.
Also, I am standard. I already said it in the chat. I apologize. I am corrected by 1044, so thank you for that. However, I will acknowledge one thing that the world government says. Samurai Gandhi over here fucking says that in every era, the world government has attempted to recover the Gum Gum fruit, and it has not once ever succeeded for 800 years. So even though we can easily say, oh, they're incompetent by only sending Who's Who, they knew how powerful this devil fruit was. They've obviously tried to send a whole armada in the past, didn't work. They tried to sneakily send an agent, didn't work. They obviously, this is another method that they have been attempting for, we can argue, at least 8 times, 800 years. Let's give them 100 years at a shot. They've tried this 8 times and never once been able to recover this fruit. And that's being generous, saying only 8 times at bare minimum. So it's still sort of like they're trying. The devil fruit is literally, it's like the One Ring. It's literally evading them. Yeah. It's the opposite Sauron ring. It's literally going away from Sauron, not towards him. So, and the One Ring succeeded for 3,000 years in Lord of the Rings. So I'm just saying, like, you know, right. The world government, we can say they're incompetent on this point, but it's acknowledged by them. We're frustrated. This thing does not want us to have it, you know?
Yeah, I feel that. Yeah. And my favorite part about it always is Luffy does not care. They're like, oh, like, why you look like that? Like, this is how I look when I'm totally free. Like, that's just his opinion. He does not care about no Joy Boy, none of that. And I wanted to stay that way. I don't care that if he starts same. I like that, like, even though sometimes destiny and fate come his way, he doesn't care about it in that sense. He's like, ultimately, I'm here to become Pirate King. I'm not worried about none of that.
Agreed. And I think Oda understood that as well, because in chapter 1045, directly after this reveal, he like tried to ease the minds of the readers by saying the final thing Kaido says in that chapter is who are you? Or I'm sorry, it's the beginning of 1046. He's like, yo, who are you? Like, are you even the dude I've been fighting this whole time? And he's like, what are you talking about, bro? Like, I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the guy who's gonna surpass you and become king of the pirates. And I think that was the thing from Oda to the reader of like, no matter how much this dude learns from this point on, no matter how much the readers learn from this point on, he's never gonna stop being Luffy. He may be Joy Boy to the others and in the grand scheme of things, but to himself, he's still doing the same thing he was doing in chapter 1. And I think that is a really beautiful thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Alan. Is he there? Is he there? No,
He's here in spirit.
Yo,
There we go.
How you doing, my friend?
I'm good, man. How about y'all?
I'm good. I'm great.
Good, bro.
I need- Are you in family mode right now?
I'm just out in public though.
Oh, okay. Now I want to talk about a couple of things that happened off the island for a little bit, because I thought that was some of the hypest moments. Now I want to start with you. I don't know if you want to start with Garp, or start with Blackbeard and Boa, Blackbeard and Law. Give us something. Go ahead, take it away, brother.
I like the matchup between Garp and Aokiji.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And I also like
Yes.
the flashback when Blackbeard and Aokiji were talking, and they came to their agreement, and Blackbeard was like, "Hey, man, we don't got to be friends. You know what I'm saying? We just going for the same goal."
Yeah, I like that.
And
I like the fact that he ruined literally his entire crew and said, what are you going to do about it first?
Nah, he also said, listen, you know your crew members. Do you think I started this or they started this? I said, oh, shit.
I think he's showing up like, everyone thinks I'm a loser because I lost to Akainu. He's like, I can still bitch slap your guys' ass. Fuck off.
Nah,
No,
Yeah,
I
Aokiji did.
really liked how Oda made Kuzan being a part of Blackbeard's crew make sense.
Yeah.
I know Pat is sick, though.
Yeah, I was tremendously disappointed. Tremendously disappointed.
Oh, man. No,
No,
also, go ahead.
I was just going to say, like, no, it does make sense in the fact that he doesn't know his lot in life anymore. Sengoku basically said, hey, you should do this. Aokiji has been struggling. Kuzan's been struggling with, ever since the Nika Robin, for years. He's been struggling with his position with the Marines. Same with Garp. Like, family, friends, position, you know? He's been struggling with that. We've seen this throughout his... And maybe Oda doesn't show us it all the time, but he's been struggling with this. And once the other foot finally dropped and Akainu defeated him, he went, I cannot follow his... He didn't follow his absolute justice back on Ohara. He was like, no, fuck this. So he knew, I cannot follow a navy led by this man. So he left. But he's like, I gained all this power. I thought my justice was good. Now I don't know what to do with myself. Blackbeard caught him at a vulnerable moment.
Yeah.
At a moment where he was just like, I don't want to be a pirate. I don't want to be in the Navy. I don't know what I want to be. Kuzan's at his most vulnerable, having a midlife crisis, and Blackbeard said, hey. Blackbeard, the always opportunist. He's not the strongest character in the verse. He's the best opportunist in the verse. And he takes his shots where he can get them. So, boom. It made total sense for Blackbeard to be like, hey, Kuzan, please come with me. Former Admiral, abso-fucking-lutely. And Kuzan being like, don't know what else I'm going to do other than drink myself to death.
Mm-hmm.
And he ain't Rayleigh's age yet, so he doesn't have a hot shocky tending him. So he's like, well, this doesn't seem great. So I think it makes total sense that Kuzan joins the Blackbeard Pirates at this point.
Just to add on to that, Blackbeard hasn't missed yet with any of his plans.
For the most part.
Except when he went up against Magellan. He had no idea Shiryu was going to come in. He had no idea.
Yes,
I mean, he's failing upward, though.
That was 100% the devil's luck.
He got what he needed out of Impel Down, though.
He's failing up.
He did,
like, when
100%.
he was like,
I'm just saying, they all could have died. His whole crew was washed. Shiryu went...
He said, I don't have time for this. He done up. They kept walking. I said, that's crazy. Shout out to my Toxic King.
Had him beat 1-1, no problem.
Mm-hmm. Shout out to my
And
Toxic
he had no
King,
idea
man.
Shiryu would do that.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, in general, yes, Blackbeard he's a cow. He's what we consider a pirate. He's conniving, he's cunning, he's dangerous, and he's deceptive. These are the things he is. He doesn't need to be the strongest. Yes, he's got these great devil fruits and blah, 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 but he doesn't. I'm not saying he doesn't need them. I'm saying that that's what makes him the most dangerous. It's not his power. It's not his overall. Like, he was scared of Rayleigh. We'll talk about that, I'm sure, in this arc. He was absolutely just. He was like, oh fuck, I am not fighting Rayleigh. And Rayleigh later on says, probably couldn't have beat Blackbeard. Shocky's like, I don't know about that. But still, Rayleigh's like, to his own admission, like, I'm out of the game. I couldn't have beaten Blackbeard right now. My reputation and my Conqueror's hockey is what scared him. But Blackbeard doesn't want a straight up fight against someone he could potentially lose against. Even if it's a 1% chance, Blackbeard never takes that shot. He wants to win battles he's already won before the battle starts.
Yeah.
That just makes him deceptive, a good pirate. You know?
I absolutely love his entire plan here with Kobe, where he's like, I'm going to make myself king of the pirate island, Hachinosu, going to trade Kobe into the world government to join the world government, and then I'm king of the pirates. I'm king of Pirate Island.
Yeah, his idea is not to go find the One Piece. He's like, I'm just going to be the literal pirate king.
Yeah. All right, hold on.
Blackbeard. No, go ahead.
No, you go first. I need to cook with my goat Teach. I need like a minute, so go ahead.
Oh no. The only thing I was gonna say was that I've been thinking a lot about Blackbeard. I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but especially after the mural, like I've been thinking a lot about where Blackbeard factors into so much of the grand scheme of the series, and going into what y'all are saying. Obviously, the ultimate opportunist, the ultimate pirate. Blackbeard just strikes me as someone that. Even if he, let's just say, before all of this knew, for example, like some stuff in the mural or whatever, and maybe he saw that he wasn't in it, he strikes me as the individual that would still try to chase his dream regardless. And I just find that to be so romantic, so piratey, that regardless of what happens at the end of the series, he's always going to be one of my favorite characters, because no matter what happens and no matter if fate may be against him, even though luck is with him, it's beautiful to see someone chase their dreams. Obviously, he's done so many things that are on morally on a different side of things. But from a pirate standpoint, it's incredible seeing someone believe in the same things that Luffy sees as a villain. To see someone truly, like, actual villainy in our series coming from Blackbeard, it's a beautiful thing to see. He's definitely one of my favorite characters, just in terms of like page-to-page content and seeing how he executes his plans. Every time he does anything, it's always newsworthy, and especially after he started moving again after Wano, he's just been nonstop. I mean, you see that he's preparing for the end game of the series, and it's one of the most exciting characters to follow from a point of view standpoint. But go ahead, Naya, cook on the goat Teach.
It's time. Time. Because, like, hold on, real quick. I like Blackbeard talking to Kuzan to go along with him when he's depressed with his evil Nakama energy. The moment Kuzan exposed what Sword was to Teach, all my double agent theories died immediately. At one point, I wasn't sure if he was just kind of like trying to keep tabs on him, but I do think with that moment, he really did like end up joining him. And maybe he's trying to do what he wants to do through piracy and being a little bit more free in a sense, because I guess with the Marines you gotta adhere to code and whatnot. It's the same reason why Garp was like, I'll stay a vice admiral because I have enough freedom to do what I do, and I do not want to be under the Celestial Dragons. And before I go, do you think Kuzan was being honest to Smoker on Punk Hazard when he said I'm still me? Do you guys think he was being honest?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, to an extent.
Mm-hmm.
To an extent.
Egghead still better in my opinion. What's good? It's your boy Al Dizoni. What's up? Welcome. Okay, so here's the thing with Teach, right? Teach to me is so interesting for many reasons. One, like we always said, he embodies what it is to be a pirate more than any other character, I would say, in a lot of ways. Like Don Krieg, my East Blue legend, he's up there, but Teach is the one. And what I've always liked about Teach and found interesting about him is his fighting style. He basically was somebody with really lofty ambitions. And as soon as he got the one thing he needed to basically launch all of his goals, he bared his fangs at the world immediately. because he's being docile, like, oh, I just eat my cherry pie. Ace, you can be captain. I don't care. He seen Thatch with that fruit and said, "No, it's my time. it's time. I waited 40 years for this shit, right?" And as much as we don't see the like every single step, you see like him building his crew, the like first version of his ship, him failing to catch Luffy, him fighting Ace, him getting packed up and impelled down, him not wanting to challenge Shanks, him not wanting to fight Akainu. Like he's got his L's in there. And like you said earlier, Haku, or what's it, Griever? He's a person. He's not like Luffy. Luffy's a kind of person who wants to achieve Pirate King just by hitting his head against the wall until he gets through it. Teach is conniving and cunning, and he wants to like, okay, I know I can take the poneglyph from Law. I'm better than him. I'm challenging him. Okay, I'm going to Amazon Lily because I want this fruit. Rayleigh's here. I've heard all the stories about Rayleigh. I've seen Rayleigh fight. I don't want to chance this with half my crew turned to stone right now. It's not a good look. But I'm leaving with something. Come here, little nigga. To Kobe and laugh. Like I'm leaving with something though. And his fighting style to me is awesome. I love it. Like top tiers in most series tend to kind of overlap in a lot of the same areas. And I'm not saying that this won't happen. Let's say he gets a really strong Zoan and he's much faster, but he's a fat motherfucker. He does not win any fight cleanly. His way of fighting is essentially he's going to get hurt. He's going to take damage as a result of the Yami no Mi, but he's always going to hit you with something way harder. Okay? You threw 2 little lances in my chest, karate chop. Ace is like, yo, he almost broke my neck with one hit. Like he's good. It's kind of like what Machete said to Ran when he's fighting the REA family. Don't try to dodge the REA swordsmanship. Take the hit and hit him with something stronger. And I love it. Like, he's never going to come out of a fight just unscathed, clean. And Bonnie kicked him in the face when she was tied up. And I think that makes him an interesting combatant to fight because he's not going to be speed blitzing you or nothing like that. It's just devil fruit all the way. And I love it. That's my guy. I'm here for it. It's Teach season. I hope he gets his time to shine. Is he killing Shanks?
I love one thing you said at the very beginning there, Naya, and I don't know if you boys agree with this, but you just said the moment he got his dream, the moment he got the Yami Yami no Mi, the moment he betrayed a crew that he had been part of for 20 years, yada yada yada, and he's like, it's my time and stuff like that. He is. And this was literally right before Marineford. And he literally did it the moment he also got the Guru Guru no Mi. He goes, this is my era. Immediately gets shut down. What the comparisons between, I just want to say once again, the comparisons between Luffy and Blackbeard are basically, they're the same coin, tails and heads, right? Yep. We've all seen those comparisons. The thing is that just like Marineford, Blackbeard was not him. And neither was Luffy. Both of them in over their heads. Blackbeard took an opportunity, got the Guru Guru no Mi and stuff, but he didn't straight up beat Whitebeard. Even second weekend, he didn't straight up do that. As you said, he doesn't win any fight cleanly. He didn't actually sink Marineford because the moment like Sengoku was like, what? Not on my watch. And then Shanks showed up. And anyways, but fact of the matter is that he's just like Luffy. He's making the same progression as Luffy throughout the story at key points. He's not him at the same junction at each point in the story. So it's going to be interesting when they finally collide once again, now in the new world sort of idea. It's going to be so interesting to see how much they've evolved because we know for a fact that the Yami Yami, as far as we know, the Yami Yami no Mi's only big caveat is devil fruit users. And hockey masters don't give a fuck about the Yami Yami no Mi. Then we have the Guru Guru no Mi. Fantastic. He's only had it 2 years. Guys like Rayleigh, Sengoku, Garp, they fought against a perfected, mastered Whitebeard having it for 30. You can't convince me that Blackbeard, I don't give a fuck if he's the prodigy of all prodigies. He has not mastered that to the level of Whitebeard in 2 years. Nobody could. So, really, the only danger to a hockey master, but Luffy's whole thing is Gear 5th. That's what makes him so powerful right now. It's why he was able to defeat Kaido, why he's top tier. Now, all of a sudden, we have the Yami Yami no Mi maybe awakened at this point. Versus the Toon Force. Let's go.
Let's
That
get
is
it.
such
Let's
an
get it.
Also,
interesting
the
dynamic.
black versus white theme too.
The black versus white theme, exactly. It's the yin and yang. It two sides of the same coin. It's so interesting because can Toon Force, and as we saw in the law battle, that was a big thing. Hockey can negate devil fruit abilities. Let's go. So, wait a minute now. Is Luffy's Conquers, which Blackbeard's still not confirmed to have, probably does, but can Luffy's mastery of Conquers Hockey just negate the Yami Yami no Mi? And he can still use his Gear 5th? We don't know. But the parallel there, it's going to be so sweet because, as I said, the progression, even at the main middle point of the story, Marineford, has them both literally in over their heads in the same place at the same time. And it's just like, all right, let's go. Now, granted, Blackbeard made off like a bandit, very true to his character, and Luffy suffered. But that's, once again, true to both their characters. Same place, different result. So I'm just super interested in that one line you just said about it's like, it's my time, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. And it wasn't. He's not ready for it. And he wasn't ready for it. But maybe he is now. We don't know.
And it could be one of those things where it's just like ignorance is bliss because Luffy's just like, listen, I'm going to just run around and do my thing. And like, he's like, I've been on this ship. I've been studying stuff. Like, I know the legends, like Zebek and whatnot. So he's just a little more cautious in that sense. I don't know how many of you guys subscribe to like the multiple personalities theory and stuff like that. I'm not particularly, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm not particularly there yet. I just think that he's genuinely like, he gets overconfident when things are going well. And he can overstep in his plan, and then he'll do something like, "Oh, Pops, I'm your son. Like, you gonna kill me? Come on, bro. Like, what the hell?" Like he'll do that, whatever he has to do to try to get a W. And it's nasty business. It's nasty work, but I love it. It's very pirate-like to me.
Yeah, me too.
So.
Very
Absolutely disgusting.
Go ahead.
I frown upon it like no other. Nah, it's my turn to speak now. You had your turn. It's my turn.
You said it's my turn. It's my turn.
It's my turn. So, I do give Blackbeard props for being charismatic because of him being able to, catch Cruzan while he's feeling sorry for himself and being pathetic is quite impressive. So that's like a major addition to his fighting force. But for the people that don't know, the reason that I dislike Blackbeard is not because he's, a pirate that does underhanded shit. I don't really care about that. It's the way that he will cower in the face of adversity. It is very unbecoming of a man, and it absolutely disgusts me to my core. Especially during Marineford, when Naya just said it, but like when Whitebeard had him dead to rights, and he's just like, "Yo, I got you. I'm still your son. Please, no, don't hurt me. Oh my God." I'm like, bro, are you fucking serious? Like, you just talk all this shit, talking about how it's your time, and then you're about to put Whitebeard in the grave and all that stuff. He was like, is he even still human? Like, how can a dead man still have this much power? Like, it just oh my God, it pisses me off to my core.
Hey, he got that fruit though. he got that fruit though. They said, "All right, unleash the clip. Just shoot him." No, it was nasty business. It was nasty business, but at the end of the day, he got that fruit though. I had no idea what he was gonna do. I couldn't believe he did that. I still shocked to this day. I said, "Oh shoot, he stole that? That's crazy."
I also found it
extremely grimy work, but I'll have to give with it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I found it very hilarious when they were on Amazon Lily and Rayleigh showed up, and Rayleigh told him straight to his face, "Was like, frankly, bro, I don't like you."
like never did.
Like somebody as laid back and easygoing as Rayleigh, who's seen a bunch of nasty pirates to this day, you're just like, bro, I don't fucking like you, bro. Like, just get out of here, man.
Nah, but like Griever's point, it's like he doesn't take risk. Like it's interesting because I don't know if you guys agree with this. I find that Luffy's constantly rewarded for just charging forward and not cowering in any capacity. And while Kid does something similar, I just feel like Kid maybe doesn't have his luck, or because Kid is kind of a bad person, he's not really rewarded in the same way Luffy is. I'm reminded of Pirates of the Caribbean, when they're like, he was a pirate, but he was a good man. Like Luffy's a pirate,
Right.
but he's a good dude. He's not gonna go just lay waste to your village for no reason. Because that's the main reason why Kid's bounty was higher than his in Sabaody. It's because he's just doing civilian damage because he's an absolute maniac and menace. To the point when Shanks packed him, he's like, oh, he's been rampaging. Like he's been rampaging a lot, right? So it's and like I all right, listen, retired Hawkins fan here, all right? Law's my goat, the Supernovas, but I don't like Hawkins avoided smoke to try to get to where he wanted to get, and I feel like Oda doesn't reward people that do that. And it's interesting that Blackbeard's kind of the outlier there. Like he's kind of rewarded for his cunning and his underhandedness, and actually picking moments where he will avoid smoke. Like, damn, Boa has my crew kind of dead to rice. Half of them are stone, and Rayleigh's here. It's not time. I'm a head out. And I just find that interesting. I don't know if you guys agree with that. I find that like a lot of pirates that just charge forward and just really want to like chase their dreams unabashedly, unashamedly, they're rewarded more than the people who are kind of like hiding it. Like I'm actually gonna talk about my goal for a second. Crocodile went to the second half of the Grand Line and and faced a crushing defeat, and he ran back to paradise. Tried to scheme and get Pluton and create like a military island with no rain where it's pretty much all desert in order to become Pirate King. It's like, no, if you don't have the guts to just charge forward and beat anybody in your way, I'm not going to reward you with the One Piece type of thing. I don't know if you guys kind of agree with that.
I agree. I think that actually goes back to Don Krieg when fucking Owner Zeph had told Sanji, was like, Luffy's spear is stronger than any shield that Krieg can pull out.
Yeah.
So I think it goes along like that same line. Like Krieg tried to come back and like recruit a whole bunch of weapons and a whole bunch of bullshit, and it wasn't gonna help you in the end.
That's right. Yeah, I agree 100%. It's not about it's about the quality, not the quantity.
Yep.
I think some of these people you're bringing up, they have like the mind to be a great pirate, but Luffy's different in that he has the like spirit of what a great pirate should be for Oda.
Like the guts,
or
the will.
All about, we know that hockey manifests as willpower, so we can see that the will to do that. I mean, how many times has Zoro, for example, how many times has Zoro been questioned? You're gonna set Mihawk question him, Kuma question him. Like, how many times you have one of the hardest dreams in the world, and you're willing to set your dream aside for your captain? He's my captain. It's simple as that. There's no other explanation. It's like, yeah, I'm not giving up on my dream. His dream, I'm his first mate. My job is to make his dream succeed, even above my own. It's just there, and it's so respectable, and it's some of the best moments in the series when we see that shit go down. So it's like, yeah, it's all about willpower with these guys. And that's why hockey manifests in this way. It's all about the willpower.
Yeah. I think we're also seeing with Buggy as well, right? Where Buggy is starting to become more honest with himself, and because of that, more luck continues to come his way. I mean, obviously throughout the course of the journey, it's paralleled both Blackbeard and Luffy's, and they've had like a similar rise, all three in very distinct but yet similar ways. But the more honest with himself Buggy is in regards to what he truly wants, what his treasure is, he gets rewarded for it.
Recon, going off on that, would you not say that one of the best moments for Buggy was the admission that we saw in the flashback that
absolutely
he doesn't hate Shanks. He's disappointed him. He betrayed him. He was like, you're supposed to be the next Roger. I'm supposed to follow you, and you're saying no. What the fuck? You know, that sold me on Buggy. Like, I like Buggy fine enough. That sold me on Buggy. I'm like, Buggy wasn't wrong. You know, Buggy felt betrayed and disappointed, and he had every right to be. He was like, I rivaled with you. I always knew you were better, and I thought I could follow you, and you said, no, I'm not going to be the king. And I'm like, you know, and now, how much of a bitch slap will it be where Shanks just said at the end of Wano, hey, Ben, let's go get it. Let's just go get the One Piece. It's like, you told Buggy no, and now you're saying now, okay, like there better be a good reason for that, because Buggy, as far as Shanks and Buggy, they have a friendship. They are friends, and at the end of the day, they might be rivals, whatever you want to call it, but they are still friends. And the fact that he did that to Buggy nonchalantly, there better be a good reason. And now
There
to
will
go
be.
get it, if he never went and got it, like Whitebeard, the king without a crown sort of epithet, that's fine. But the fact that Shanks is now going to apparently go get it, that stings. That stings.
Mhm.
You know.
Alan, what were you gonna say?
Just to add on to that, I just want to say Boogie's speech made me want to join his crew.
Yeah. Thank
I was like,
you.
yo, put me in
Thank
the
you.
game,
Yep.
coach. What do you mean?
Mihawk and Crocodile are pissed, but yeah.
It made me respect him a lot more, because like I'm with you where it's like he was definitely disappointed. I do think that he had like a genuine rivalry with Shanks. I don't know if it's hatred. I wouldn't go that far, but he's like, hold on, Shanks is going for that. Oh fuck no, I'm going too. Like it's just so funny, because as much as Shanks is so much stronger than him, he's like, because he grew up with him on the ship. He's like, he almost can't stand him. So he's like, no, if he's going, we're going. And like,
Right.
you see you, Mihawk and Crocodile, you're trying to scheme and create this cross skill. Nah, that's not gonna work. You have to have the courage to say it. And he said it on the microphone. We're going after the One Piece. And I said, you know what? I respect it, because honestly, Crocodile and Mihawk, you are acting like a bitch. I don't like that.
No, hold on. To be fair, Crocodile, as much as we love Crocodile, my favorite villain in the One Piece story, he did give up on his dream, just like Gecko Moria, just like a lot of them. They saw the mountain and they weren't willing to climb it.
Yeah, Gecko Moria went
Mihawk
back and tried to do
has
zombie
literally said-
stuff. Yep.
Yeah, Mihawk literally said, I that's not what I care about. I don't want to be that. It'd be like saying, oh, Zoro's a bitch because he doesn't want the One Piece. Zoro doesn't give a fuck about the One Piece. He does not care. He's only doing that because he's on the Straw Hat crew. If he was on Whitebeard's crew, do you think he would care? No, of course not. He doesn't care if Whitebeard gets the One Piece, because that's not his goal. So I don't like the Mihawk one, because Mihawk's like, no, I just want a... He's like, literally, I've been chilling in my vampire castle. I literally do not want any of this shit. But for Crocodile, it's like, yeah, Crocodile, Gecko Moria, Dofi to a degree, because there was something implied in one line weird. And either way, so many people gave up on the One Piece because it's just that fucking hard. And Luffy and Blackbeard have not. You know, many characters have not. And it's just like, yeah, all right. You know, and Buggy's like, fuck it, I'm going to do it.
You don't think Mihawk could also fall into that category? Not like gave up on his dream, but just got bored with it after Shanks lost his arm.
Yeah, yeah. We don't
I
know
think-
to this day. We do not know how Mihawk got the title. We know the duel was apparently epic, and if Toei Animation has anything to say about it, it will be epic. But the fact of the matter is, did he actually straight up beat Shanks or not?
I will say
don't
this. I think there's a point on Mihawk is fair, but it's like it's almost the lack of ambition in general from him that I'm criticizing. Not that he literally wants to be Pirate King. That's fair. He doesn't want to be Pirate King. He wants to fight strong swordsmen. But it's like, go do that. go seek out some more challenges. You know what I mean? Don't just wait for
But
Zoro.
he does. He sails around and then he beats up people. That's what he literally does.
I mean, I don't think
He
does.
picking
just
on
feels
Don
nostalgic.
Krieg, bro.
Yeah, he was picking on Don Krieg.
No, to be fair,
He
Don
was
Krieg was
just
just
fucking
in
with
his
him 'cause he was
way. They
bored.
fired on him. He was just sailing by, and they fired on him. He didn't attack
Okay,
them.
but he sunk their ship once, and then he chased them down, and then he sunk their ship twice.
He had to show Don Krieg who he was messing
Yeah,
with.
because then they had the gall to fucking fire on him, and he's like, "Oh no! I need to spank a bitch." You know, like
I definitely do think it fits his character though, because like well, every time I think of Mihawk, I don't know if you guys read Ippo or not, but he reminds me of Ricardo Martinez, where like somebody who's reached the pinnacle of their craft and is waiting for the next person to come in to like challenge them and really give them that fight that they've been looking for this entire time.
and he has the faith in Zoro. That's why he
Right.
helped train him, because he said, "You want to defeat me?" And you're like, he was actually almost disgusted by Zoro saying, "Train me." And then when Zoro said it's because Luffy's dream matters more, Mihawk respected it and went, "All right, here's somebody worthy. Like, all right, climb higher. All right, let's go." You know. So he's just waiting for Zoro. And once again, if we can do the comparison, when the Seraphim Mihawk attacked Blackbeard, Blackbeard sweated. when the Mihawk Seraphim attacked Zoro, Zoro said, "You're not him," and he made a robot fucking sweat. I'm just saying, I'm just saying. Zoro was like, "Nah, you ain't him."
Didn't Zoro almost say like you're almost more human though? Like you have more emotion.
Yeah. He said, "Oh, you're a lot more human than he is," and it's like, holy shit,
that's crack.
Yeah, that's crack. Zoro wasn't trying. There was no bandana. There was no three-sword style. He was just like, all right.
I'm not gonna lie. It made me angry they didn't realize they were Lunarian though. I was mad at him for that one.
It's like
I expect better from him. Luffy, okay. Him, nah. You gotta notice that immediately, bro.
we just need to appreciate that Zoro has reached that level where after Wano, with gaining the Conqueror's Haki, his new epithet of King of Hell and all that stuff, he has reached that tier where now it's like, okay, he's got to be respect. Like, I know he's always respected, just like Sanji, Jinbei, and everybody else, but him and Luffy have sort of elevated themselves a little bit higher than the rest of the crew at this point right now. And I'm not saying that Sanji, Jinbei, Robin, none of them can catch up to that. They obviously can, but at this point, we have that, and it's just like oh, let's go, because it's always badass to see our Straw Hats kick ass,
Absolutely. Now, let me ask you guys a question, right? Because I felt, I don't know why I feel so strongly about this, because I'm not a Kid fan, but he got packed up by Akagami. He got packed up.
Guy.
By the one-armed king. Do you feel that was a disrespectful way for Kid to go out? If you think he's done. Some people think he's okay.
Yes.
I want to add one thing. I think her name is Dive on his crew, and she kind of has like shark teeth. Some people think she's either half fishman or a fishman, and that's how the crew is going to be saved and are actually on Elbaf recovering.
Oh, they're not dead.
Interesting.
Yeah, I really don't think that they're out of the story from here, especially because he was defeated at the same time as Law, and Law's definitely not out of the story right now.
And Shanks, as far as we know, once again, yes, he's a pirate and blah, 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 but he's not Blackbeard level piracy. He's not going to kill him. He's going to destroy his ship, make it so he can't move for 6 months, but straight up kill him?
I kind of don't think Shanks is naive like that. Like, I actually think he will put you down, especially if you threaten his friends. Remember, he was going to destroy the whole fleet.
If it's a choice, yeah, but because of his observation, look at Ben Beckman in the thing, just smoking a cigarette. Oh, you saw a bad future too, did you? And it's just like, so if Ben wasn't moving, it means he knew that Shanks was going to take care of this totally fine. You know what I mean? Like, my point is that Shanks is not naive. Like, that's the whole point of losing the arm, to prove to Luffy, right? That's the whole message. But at the same time, he's also not going to put down a dog. The dog isn't a threat. You know what I mean?
I mean, I'm thinking about what happened with Bartholomew, right? Where Yasop's like, yeah, but they still challenged us, so they got to go. Kablam. You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, they're still pirates. Go ahead.
Right.
Yeah. I'm not saying that no members died from that. I'm saying that Kid likely didn't die. And I'm not saying that Shanks, with the Divine Departure, did not kill a few members of that crew. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I don't think he literally did that because Kid rocked up and said, and Killer was like, "We got you lost your arm to the first mate. Ben Beckman kicked the shit out of us. Why do you think this is a good idea, Kid?" And Kid went, nah, man, I got this. I have a super nuke gun. And Shanks went, absolutely no.
He'll pull it up
No,
like,
you
nah,
do
that
not.
was then. This is now.
Yeah. And Kid's like, oh, I'm so much stronger than him now. And it's like, no, we're not. And Killer's like, no, we're not. We didn't beat Kaido. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
I do see the upgrades that Zoro and Luffy got. We did not get those. What are you talking about?
I do think in hindsight now, I don't like as much Oda giving them the same bounty as Luffy just to immediately take Law and Kid out.
Oh, I feel that. I do. I always thought their bounty jump was weird, but hold on. Let me just present my case real quick. Just because I felt, okay, listen. It's obvious that Kaido and Big Mom are like a step below, like, Shanks, and that's fine. I kind of expected that. That's cool. I just felt that the gauntlet of what Kid dealt with, even from being captured and getting recaptured, getting tortured, waterboarded, and especially during the fight, like him going up against Big Mom and Kaido, taking blows from them. Then Hawkins making the life minus all of him, bashing his head against him while he took a marmalade to the head and expending so much energy with his awakening fruit and still taking so much damage from misery and etc. I'm like, he's proven to me that he should be able to take a certain amount of damage before he's really put down, right?
He got a lot stronger in Wano.
That's
for sure.
Right? So my problem with Shanks kind of one-shotting him that way is that he didn't split him in two. I feel like if he split him in half, I would have been fine. That one attack to me, I'm like, that really put, like, is the strength discrepancy that big? Like, was that the statement? Because my best comparison is kind of like Luffy's fighting for like 11 hours in the mirror world, whatever it was with Katakuri, and Katakuri couldn't put him down, but Kaido one-shotted him to make a statement like, I don't care if you're the first commander of a Yonko. A Yonko himself is different. So is that like the statement Yoda's trying to make with Shanks? Like, this is a completely different tier of power? If so, fair enough. But I personally felt it was a little disrespectful to the kid. I'm like, damn, one shot and Killer came in the way and took some of the. Go ahead.
I'm gonna just put it like this, Naya. So like throughout all of Wano, right? Mm-hmm. I was right as a kid because we had the video game analogy where like you get the new fighting game, and then Luffy is somebody that's gonna go inside the lab and then just learn their combos, and then they're gonna go online. Or a kid is somebody that's just going to go straight online and then take the punches and learn as he goes.
Yeah.
So, like, throughout all of Wano, I'm just like, kid deserves a little bit more respect than what he's given. He went straight to the New World. He survived, which is a feat, because the New World isn't easy, as we've seen. And, when they were fighting against Big Mom, he showed some great durability. He, like, tanked a lot of her physical attacks, and that woman is a specimen.
Yep.
So that was great.
And I can give you a better comparison compared to that. We can go back to the OG, the one who invented Divine Departure. He did that to Odin.
Yeah.
Let's look at that. Let's look at that. Let's not look at kids' durability as shit. The fact that Naya, you just said he didn't cut him in half, and it's like, well, Roger didn't cut Odin in half. He slammed him through 19 trees and fucking made him go, holy fucking shit. But Odin got back up and went, holy hell. And it's like, that's that guy. Kid, not as strong as Odin, obviously, but still took the hit, damaged as fuck. Shanks used the same move, Divine Departure.
I think they're comparable in strength by the end of Wano, older than the Kid.
I'm just saying is that he did. Kid survived a Divine Departure from Roger's protege. I mean, Odin did the same thing. We don't bitch slap Odin for.
Wait, hold on. Yasop will sneak ops, but can't sneak a visit to his son. Is crazy. Sorry. Go ahead.
But what I'm trying to get at, hold on, Griever, I'm about to finish my point. But what I'm trying to get at is, Kid went through the gauntlet in Wano, and he proved, like, he deserved to be on somewhat of a level standing with Luffy, if not equal, but close enough. The point of all of this was just to big up Shanks. That's the goal. Mm-hmm. That was the goal. I like Kid.
Like his hockey Wi-Fi to Green Bull?
Yeah, if it's to make Shanks look good,
Shanks does not need any more blazing than he already gets.
Yeah, Shanks didn't need it though, Pat.
Listen, I'm team. Listen, I'm team Shamrock. He got two hands, so we better. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
That's the point that I'm trying to make, because we saw every single Yonko in action except for Shanks. The only thing we saw him do was clash with Whitebeard and make the sky split. Okay. So we didn't see him fight. We didn't know what any of his techniques were. We saw Whitebeard fight at Marineford. We saw what Kaido did in Wano. We saw Big Mama Whole Cake and Wano. Mm-hmm. We already know what Blackbeard can do. We didn't know what kind of moves Shanks did. So for Shanks to pull up with a Divine Departure, to move up the Pirate King?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's where we're trying to, like, establish, like, look, we just showed you somebody that took down Big Mom. And then now you're seeing what Shanks can do. So if Shanks wanted to, he could have took down Big Mom at any moment.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you Pat. I'll give you that it was epic as fuck, and I'm super glad to see it. I'm not denying the moment. I'm saying that, did anybody before that moment think that Shanks couldn't do that shit? You know what I mean?
We hadn't seen it yet, though. That's
exactly.
I know. But we also didn't see and this is what pissed me off about One Speed fans. I've been the guy defending Garp since before the fucking time skip, motherfuckers. I've been in part of this story a long fucking time, and everyone's saying Garp is washed, Garp this, Garp that. I don't hear any of that shit since this fucking arc with that Galaxy Impact. I haven't heard fucking word one. So I'm just saying I was told by the top tiers in the One Piece verse for years that Garp is that guy. Garp is a rival of Whitebeard and Roger. He is their level. He is as good as them. Nobody, for some reason, people needed to see it to believe it, and I just don't need that. I don't need the feet to believe it when people tell me when the entirety of the Navy stopped because Red Hair shows up. I took that as a fucking, and he stopped Kaido right before. So every single time we saw Kaido do something crazy in Wano, I went, so Shanks stopped that. Shanks stopped that. And Shanks stopped that. You know? Yeah. Like, I didn't need to see the Divine Departure to believe he could pull off that kind of shit. It's badass to see. I'm just saying is that there's the people who want to see the feats. And granted, I love seeing it. Mm-hmm. I love Galaxy Impact. I love Divine Departure. I'm just saying that you know what I'm trying to say?
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, Griever, but it's the fact that Shanks has the equal title with the rest of these guys that we've seen. Mm-hmm. So we can't really tell who's on a different level until we see them in action. With Garp has a separate title. He was a rival to the Pirate King. So we already know, like, if you don't think Garp is like at the absolute top tier, you're just an idiot. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're just an idiot at that point.
Like, imagine being chased by somebody called the Fist, bro. Don't chase me.
Bro, his name is the Fist.
Don't chase me.
And the hero. He's the Fist and the hero, bro. That's crazy.
You guys have all been around the community long enough to remember how much Garp hate there's been over the last before.
We're not saying you're wrong, but we're just saying, like, those people that didn't understand this, they just be reading Two Piece. So you have to show it to them.
You know what, Pat? I agree with you.
And peace is spelled Peace, not even like peace. Well, hold on. Let me just read a couple of the chat a little bit. I mean, it's not like Shanks knows if they have a way to survive from that. He knocked out a devil fruit used over the water. It makes sense he would end his life maybe if you survive its fate. It would be a waste not making Kid a cyborg. That'd be interesting if he gets more metal parts.
Mecha Kid,
yeah, or like Mecha Sonic. He was riding the high of defeating Big Mom. That much I could agree with.
Yeah,
La was better handled. He put up a great fight against Blackbeard and Beppo the Goat. To be fair, Kid's damned punk also backfired in his face, so the Shanks attack was boosted by Kid's own attack. That's actually a fair point. It did blow up right in front of him, I suppose, and it was on his arm.
Not only that. Killer jumped in between as well, so it blunted the impact a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Kid took on a stronger Divine Departure than Oda did and survived, including his own attack, bro. I don't know if Big Mom or Kaido are dead, but I don't know if I care to see them again. We'll see. I don't know. I don't know how to judge that yet. Them in the volcano. I'm not sure.
I kind of want to see Big Mom again.
I assume they're alive.
I don't know how to judge that either.
I kind of want to see Big Mom again because Luffy said he was going to beat her ass, and I still want it to happen.
Same, yeah.
And I just love Kaido, so I want to see him just on a personal note. I want to see him again.
Mm-hmm. They're not dead. Come on.
Kaido earned my respect.
Kaido was really about throwing down. I respect it.
Yeah.
People call Kid a fraud because he lost to Kaido and Shanks, bro. You know what? That's fair. That's fair.
That is so fair.
What did y'all expect from Kid? To win?
Respect for Captain Kid right now.
That is actually fair. Yes, I forgot she is an elemental summoner too. She would be so great coming back. Garp was out here throwing hockey punches against hockey swords and devil fruit powers. If his hockey wasn't good enough, he'd lose a hand. Yeah, he'd be called a fist. Garp a fist.
Garp hockey is probably the best in the series, actually.
You think so?
It might be, yeah.
How would you fight against Whitebeard, or as just pointed out, like if your hockey isn't good enough to defend against it, you lose a hand.
What about that Joy Boy rope?
Like I was about to say I gotta see him use a Joy Boy hockey.
Right?
I'm telling the Roger Whitebeard Garp out of them, I would argue that they're all either equal or Garp's might just be that much better because they also have the weapons. So I don't know.
See,
Just
I
saying,
think
it's a
I
possibility.
think Garp has probably like the best controlled, strongest hockey, but I think Shanks and Luffy like have
Yeah.
like more abundant hockey, if that makes sense.
Fair, yes,
I agree with that.
100%.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The most controlled. I like that. I like that. Yeah.
That makes sense. Cause like Shanks did show us something we haven't seen before, with like kind of negating someone's ill fruit power well off the island. Like he was like near
Yeah.
Wano, but he was quite a ways from there. Like what they call
For
the
sure.
the Wi-Fi hockey, and he's like, all right,
Yeah.
I'll leave.
Wi-Fi fucking admiral.
Yeah, dude.
That wasn't just some random devil fruit user. That was a fucking admiral.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
He
dude.
negated an admiral's devil fruit, meaning
Bro, I
that
still
his
can't believe-
hockey and his fruit awakened wasn't good enough versus Shanks' hockey.
Yeah.
I still can't believe what Joy Boy did, bro. Like Joy Boy sent a hockey blast from 800 years ago, and it took all 5 of the Gordos out of their forms and sent them back to the Holy Land.
And gave Emu PTSD
crazy.
from
curious,
Marijua. Like, oh, Joy Boy. Oh!
Could Roger have done the same thing?
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't think.
Oh,
he could
no,
have done that, 'cause
honestly.
See, that's
that
the
was
thing. We don't know.
from
We don't
800
know. That's
years
what I'm
ago.
saying.
I-
We don't know because all we saw was a week. We saw an out of prime Garp wreck a Yonko crew. We saw a dying Whitebeard wreck Marineford, and Roger's been dead forever. Like we don't know the levels of their hockey. Truly, we've never seen. We've seen them go toe to toe against each other.
The reason Roger has my respect is something similar to what Lizard said to me and Pat in a Discord call maybe like a month back, where I almost feel like Roger weirdly defied destiny and fate by finding Laugh Tale and the truth of the world, and he was never meant to, because it's like it's too early. I shouldn't.
That's
It's
beautiful.
too early.
That is beautiful.
And I'm like,
going back to
That's a
was
great
it Pat or was it Recon? Was it you who said about Blackbeard not being on the mural but defying fate? Who said that?
Yeah, that was Recon.
That was
Recon
me.
said that.
Yeah. So that's the same idea. Roger defied fate. He's like he wasn't supposed to find Laughtail. He did it anyways. Blackbeard, maybe he saw the mural, maybe he didn't. He's defying that mural.
because one thing I'm gonna say I really like that he did with that like flashback. Cause I had rewatched it because my friend cut up to the anime. By the way, I do want to talk about some of the anime scenes really making this shit hype. By the way, I want to get to that. Scene.
Yes, sir.
They've gone absolutely crazy.
Yeah, it comes back April, right?
Yeah, it comes back April.
April.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but shoot, what was I saying? Roger defied fate.
No, the flashback, the Roger flashback.
Yeah,
Roger.
like I really like going back. I really enjoyed it because it was just like I won't lie to you. When I figured out that Roger had the straw hat, and they gave it to Shanks, and then gave it to Luffy, I thought they were doing too much to make Luffy connected to Roger. And I didn't like it, but I don't mind. I think Roger and Luffy have a lot of overlap and similarity, but they're ultimately different. Because Luffy is not the thinker that Roger is. Because Roger's like, I'm telling you, there's an island there that we can't get to. I know it's there, and I think these stones, these rocks, are gonna port me. Like he figured it out. Like I have to give him credit when credit is due. Where Luffy's like, I always say this, and some people I get it. Some people argue with me. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but Luffy had really, really told you what he was about all the way back in Arlong Park. I can't lie. Can't draw maps. Can't use swords.
Yes,
I can't cook. Then I was like, then what the fuck are you good for? But I can beat your ass.
Beat your ass.
That's right.
I can
That's
send
right.
you flying.
And I really respect that.
Like that's his role. Like he's not afraid to get help from people to do the things that he doesn't quite understand, even though that's going to be the things that help him in his dream and his journey. Where I can say Roger took a more active role on. Like I want to find out the truth of what's going on. I gotta give him. That's the thing I respect about Roger more so than his strength or whatnot. Because I might be one of those weird people who's like, I'm kind of team Whitebeard. Like I might believe that Whitebeard was really the strongest man in the world. Like I might be on that side. I don't know for a fact, but I respect Roger for figuring it out. Like almost like he wasn't supposed to.
But you're right now because we see that consistently throughout. Even in the latest chapter with the Gabon flashback and stuff, he's reminded, just like Rayleigh was, Luffy reminds him of his captain. And it's like, yeah, some of the tendencies, but it doesn't mean they're the same person. For example, the whole Water 7 Usopp Zoro moment, Zoro has to, once in a while, and it's only sprinkled throughout the entirety of 1,000 chapters of the series, but sometimes Zoro has to step in and go, Luffy, hold on. 99% of the time, you can run wild, you can do what you want. But sometimes I need to step in and say no.
Jinbei is also really good at talking sense into Luffy. I've always respected about him. From the get-go. For some reason, he can speak sense to Luffy. I've always liked that.
Jinbei has done that long before pre-time skip.
Yeah, like okay, Luffy, you lost a lot, but what do you still have? He's like, oh shit, my friends.
Jinbei, remember,
that's
Jinbei was the one to bring him out of the depression. It wasn't anybody else. He's the one.
I find it funny how Zoro and Jinbei talk sense to Luffy, but yet Sanji has to beat sense to Luffy to make him understand.
Or Nami. Nami has to beat sense to Luffy.
Yeah, Scarborough has to fight Roger at times just to make him understand.
That's the thing is that, and right now I made that comparison in the last chapter review when I made that video. I made the same comparison saying that Zoro literally has gone along with this, saying because he's like, we're gonna find the key and free Loki, and Zoro's once again reiterating, no.
He's like he's manipulating
we're
you.
gonna find the key, and when we go down there, we'll make a decision. And Zoro, that Zoro's like, no, Luffy. Like, this is once again, it's subtle. It's way more subtle than the Usopp moment and other moments in the series. Like, I'll leave the crew, blah, blah, blah. But it's more like Zoro's like, no. We'll grab the key. But I'm like, I need to see this guy before I agree to this shit. You know what I mean? Like, Zoro's once again going, Luffy, you can run around, but I still have a leash. You know what I mean? Like, and that's his job. That's the first mate's job, is to rail in his captain when he's going crazy. And Zoro, being the only other one on the crew with the Conqueror's Haki, with the power and stuff, like Nami for comedic purposes can beat him black and blue, but really Zoro's and, as Pat pointed out, Jinbei are the only real two that have ever talked sense or like just talk to him and be like, Luffy, no. No means no.
You know, get a spray bottle. But yeah, okay. I want to transition to the Kuma backstory. How do we feel about that? Because I was low on it initially, a little bit, only from this standpoint. I just found a little bit that, like, I feel like, all right, like Oda, the suffering, man. Like, does everyone have to suffer? Does everybody
in the series, bar none?
Does everyone have to suffer so fucking badly? Like, can someone's backstory just be like, kind of like Zoro's like, hey, this girl fell down the stairs. That was my friend. You know, like I just feel like he laid it on a little thick, but having gone back and kind of caught some smaller things, I'm like, actually, this is really smart. Like, I really like when he's kind of seeing Luffy on the island by himself, training a little bit and stuff like that, and even being like, Dragon, you almost looking this way, like yo, a man's son is their weakness, like a parent's child is their weakness. You might as well kill me right now. Like, there's a lot of small things I didn't really appreciate in the backstory. I think it's really good. It's still not my favorite. My favorite will always be personally, it'll be Calgara and Norland.
Respect.
That's just my favorite one. I don't think it's the best. This is my favorite personally, but talk to me about the flashback, man. What do we appreciate about it? Did it make Kuma a better character to you, a worse character? Stay the same for you? Like, how do you feel?
So if I could go first on this one, because I'm really passionate about this one.
Go ahead.
I feel like the Kuma flashback for sure. Every single week I didn't stop crying from the moment that thing started until 11:02. Like those 7 weeks where we had them, bro. I feel like I was crying at least once in every one of those streams, man. Like it was crazy because for so long we've been looking forward to the Kuma flashback. It was one of the ones that I wanted to see the most. But what I like so much about the flashback is it feels like The Godfather, where you get in the perspective of the pops, and you're seeing the perspective of the daughter after all of that stuff happens, and even while that stuff is happening. So you have these two perspectives going on at the same time, and they're both equally as impactful and emotional because of the things that one is doing for the other, and the other is trying to do for the significant other, and it's really, really powerful stuff. But the thing that really, really got to me, and the reason why that flashback I hold in such a high regard, is because it recontextualizes so many things that I already value so much. Like, I hold Luffy punching the Celestial Dragon as one of my favorite moments ever. And when you see in 11:02 the recontextualization, seeing it through Kuma's perspective of how he wanted to do that for so long and didn't feel like he could possibly do it, but he found someone who was actually willing to do it, even though all that stuff happened and the craziness took place, and you gain the new appreciation for why he separated the Strats and why he felt like he had the initiative at that point to be like, no, I have to make sure that they all survive because they're going to be the ones to someday do this. Like the way it recontextualized that entire stretch of the story, and the fact that Kuma's the reason why we're even still alive now. If not, we would have gotten bodied by Kizaru back then. So it's like all of that on top of the emotional stuff with like 1098 with the Guinea and Bonnie stuff, and then Kuma and Bonnie stuff, and even just the Bonnie by herself setting off said sail. I thought they were about to make her the second protagonist of the series. A joke was it was so cool. But like that stuff was mad dope. But the best part about it for me really was that like I rewatched Sabaody directly after that flashback ended, and it really does elevate it, man. Where I was like, wow, it elevated Thriller Bark, it elevated Sabaody, it elevated Return to Sabaody. And now every time I see these characters, whether it's in a rewatch or when a new episode drops, I can't help but feel emotional because I feel like that's what a flashback should do, but it also should allow you to see a brand new perspective to these characters. And I think that's what it did really well for both Kuma and Bonnie. Like anytime I see them now, it gets me a little emotional. Like, man, y'all really went through so much and y'all got out of it. So, and then obviously we get the payoff after that with him coming in and hitting Garcia Saturn with the crazy slush dragon punch. That was amazing. But the flashback itself, bro, that final chapter of the flashback, 1102, that's a top 10 chapter for me in the series. Like that junk hit so hard in every level. I'm talking from recontextualization to emotional to the panel layout, everything. I just really rock with it. So yeah, those are my thoughts on the Kuma flashback. I still can't believe we got it, man. Like after all these years of wanting it and wanting it and wanting it to get it and for it to live up. And then the fact that Bonnie was as integral to it as she was, it was just, I really loved it, man.
I can't say anything more than what Recon just said. That was fucking beautiful. I'm just gonna say,
damn, Recon, leave some for us.
My bad.
And
He left no crumbs.
Recon, yeah, there are no crumbs. Recon, you said everything that I think about that flashback. You're 100% right. Absolutely. That's all I gotta say. Yeah.
My bad.
I think that
No. I love it. You did it better than I could.
Haku, go ahead.
not only did it do such a great job with the character work with both Kuma and Bonnie, but it really fleshed out more of the world and characters that we knew a little bit about. Like, I think it makes Saturn a villain more than anything else in the Egghead arc does, and it really sets up his defeat at the end really well. On top of that, we get to see a little bit of God Valley, which let us know, I think that's where we found out that Silver Axe was Gloriosa or whatever, right? And then on top of that, we saw a little bit more of the God Knights and Young Garling, which is huge. So it set up all of that. And the biggest thing probably is just in the most recent chapter, we learned that the Buccaneers are a mixed race. So it's like, what are they a mix between? And that the world government has been hunting anybody down who has Buccaneer blood specifically. So if they're specifically hunting down this one specific mixed race, then what is it that the Buccaneers can really do?
Right. Yeah. It also like opens the book to a lot of theory crafting. Most likely the Buccaneers are a race that was present during the Void Century, and that's probably why they've been hunted down, because Kuma's family was telling stories about Nika, and we know Nika is actually from which world was it? The second one, right?
Yes, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he's from the second world, and Joy Boy was from the first world. Or is it the opposite way?
Opposite. I think it's opposite.
Yeah, I think Nika's the first world.
Yeah,
and then
yeah,
Joy
you're
Boy-
right. You're right.
the
Yeah.
first world,
Nika's
and then
first,
Joy Boy
and then
was the
Joy Boy's
second
second. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, because after the mural, like we learned that. I mean, I know we're jumping ahead a little bit here, but now that we learned that the world was restarted twice,
Right.
which blew my fucking mind, because I was on board with one, but twice is kind of crazy. It gives us so much more to look forward to. It's like we're getting deeper into One Piece, and it more questions are being answered, and more are sprouting with every answer that we get. It's honestly insane.
It feels like we're really stepping into the end game and getting a lot of answers. But I have to ask this question, and this is not. I'm not on no agenda piece. I'm not on that. But I do want to ask this because I do think it raises a question about Dragon and Dragon's willingness to get involved with certain things involving the people in his army. Do you think the flashback does make him look a little bad in some aspects? Just all honesty.
I think everything throughout the entire series makes Dragon look bad. This guy, he's like fighting Yasop on the dead beatery scale. He hasn't done anything. We learned at the end of Wano, they're like, oh, with the people, Sabo's more popular with the citizens than the leader of the revolutionaries, Dragon now. So he's not even the most popular revolutionary anymore.
Nah.
Yeah, I mean,
I want to fight back against that a little bit because once again, we don't know the end game here. Well, we do know what the end game is from Dragon's perspective, and Dragon is trying to do it from, and as he pointed out in the Kuma flashback, frustratingly as it is, they aren't ready to take down Mary Joa. So I can't do that, and I can't rebuild.
Yeah,
it's one of those dreams where it's like I have a limited number of decades to make this happen.
Right.
I don't have 100 years, 200 years to make mistakes. So he is trying to take down a regime where, from what we understand, the revolutionaries might be pretty cool and stuff, but he wasn't able to get his father on his side. He has no Yonko level people that we are aware of. He doesn't have a Roger, a Garp, a Rayleigh, anybody like that on his side, and he has to try his best. He's got one Warlord and Ivankov, and now Sabo, but he's got first commander level people at best at his disposal, and he's going to try to take down the 5 elders, plus, assuming he knows about Emu,
he didn't know about it until Sabo told him. Because Sabo said there was somebody sitting on a throne, and that was news to all of them.
Yeah, but did Dragon respond to that? I forget. Did Dragon go, wait, what?
Does Dragon ever really respond to anything?
Dragon is literally red from the Pokemon game. ...
We don't was the one that started One Piece theorizing once they got the info
drop. As far as Dragon knowing about Emu, we don't know. Like, does Garp know about him? Maybe. We don't know.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say I would actually argue that Sabo could be Emperor level, but that's also like a personal bias of mine that I just think that as Luffy's older brother, he's still stronger than Luffy.
Sure, and I mean, but even if we give him that means he's got one. Yeah, only one. Like my point is, the Revolutionary Army is not. Remember, the 3 world power dynamic is Warlords, Yonko, and Navy. Not revolutionaries. They're not one of the 3 powers in the balance, No matter how powerful Dragon might be, no matter how powerful, they do not have that, So I understand why, as frustrating as it is during the Kuma flashback, I do get Dragon's endgame. He's like, I have to give up my family. I have to give up my livelihood. I have to give up everything. And I have to, unfortunately, make tough decisions. Once again, a general needs to make tough decisions to let men die to win the war. You can't win every battle. Your job is to win the war. So
I will say this. I am holding out hope that as One Piece unfurls, we're getting more of the real top tier combatants of the series. Yeah. Like the power scale has flipped onto what we know. We always thought that the Yonko were at the top, when really they're not really the top. It's the God's Knights and the people that they have in Marajua that's waiting for them. So I'm just operating on the assumption, since Dragon is Garp's son and Luffy's father, he's built different.
Right.
Hopefully,
100%.
And I'm not. But Pat, I'm not denying that. But I'm also saying, by that logic, once again, remember, it was 4 Yonkos with their crews.
Yeah.
7 warlords, including Mihawk, and the entire Navy, meaning the admirals and stuff, that kept the world in balance. The Revolutionary Army, even if you say Dragon is as strong as Shanks, for example, he doesn't have a Ben Beckman. So,
yeah, but
at the very
let's
least,
operate under the assumption that Dragon is still in his prime. That changes things.
Absolutely. But Shanks is in his prime.
Okay.
Shanks is 100% in his prime. So my point is, why doesn't Shanks just take over the world? There's got to be a reason.
Here's
Shamrock. Shamrock is the reason.
Here's why. here's why I present the question. Here's why I present the question, and not to be on some agenda piece, right? It's just like, okay, I have a bunch of reasons that could rationalize why he doesn't do it. Like, you're the most wanted man in the world, right? And you used to be a Marine, right? And in addition to that, I could almost like make up a story in my head that him acting more like Garp and Luffy did more damage to some type of operation he did where he stopped what he was doing to go save somebody, and maybe it didn't turn out well, and that's why he's much more reserved than that. It just throws me off because Luffy be like, nah, I don't care where they're being held. Impelled down, I'm getting my brother. Garp is like, Kobe is the future of the Marines. Granted, Garp has the mindset of, if there's a baby and a geezer and you can only save one, who do you save? You kick the geezer off and you save the baby because the baby is like the new generation. I get that. Like, he's willing to sacrifice himself for the next generation because he's already like past his prime, so to speak, right? I get that. Right. It's not the same mentality. It just bothers me because like you're part of the monkey family. Where is that? Fuck that. I'm getting Ginny. I don't care where she's at. On the top of Marie Joie, we're going. We're like, I need to see that. I need that. I need it. Like, but he honestly is so much different from his family though. Like, he really is.
For sure.
He is.
Just to add on to that,
you can go.
Okay, I was gonna say, just to add on to that, do you think that like that could follow that theory of Dragon not actually being Garp's son?
No, it's been confirmed that he's his son now, right?
Yeah.
Has it? Oh, okay. Never mind. Let me take that back then.
I actually haven't heard that theory that they weren't related. I haven't heard that one.
Yeah.
So you think it's like you thought maybe like a A situation again, like another adopted kid more so than his own.
Not adopted, but they thought that Garp's lineage ran through Luffy's mom. That's what they thought.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Dragon is like loose like when he moves family heads. Admiral is gonna check him. 2-arm gang. I feel it.
2-arm gang.
I really do think Dragon's different though, because I always think back to like Marineford. Like, the objective in Marineford was to make sure that nigga Ace died. Because he's the son of Gold Roger. Like, he has his actual blood. And that man discovered the One Piece. He knew all the secrets of the world. Like, anything related to that has to go. But Mr. Akainu here, Mr. Absolute Justice, had multiple chances to kill Ace before he actually did. But the whole time, every single time he was on screen, what was this man saying? Dragon, son.
Dragon no Musco.
That was his number one objective the whole time. Yeah, every single time they showed Akainu on screen, if he wasn't fighting Whitebeard, he was like, I think
Sakazuki and Dragon, I think they're the same. I think they're both 55. I think they kind of came up at the same time. So I think he also feels a way. I think he feels a way about him defecting too. Just as a side note, continue.
Yeah. So I feel like Dragon might be on a scale that's much more powerful than Akainu was like willing to accept. So he knew that the only way to hurt Dragon really was to go through Luffy.
Okay, yeah, I feel that. That makes sense.
What?
Because even after they killed Ace, he was like, "No, I'm still gonna kill Luffy." Like, he was not stopping.
He said, "I don't care. I have to melt that kid."
Straight up. Everybody was crying on both sides. My boy said, "F that. I gotta take care of this kid."
And then Kobe's like, "You're throwing away lines." He's like, "Yo, move!" Speaking of the pink mamba. Actually, hold on. Does anyone have anything they want to say on the topic before I?
Yeah, what I was gonna say about the importance with Dragon and everything is, it's interesting that when we had that big double-page spread during Vegapunk's speech where he's like, it's all about whoever finds the One Piece, and we see 12 characters in that big spread to end the chapter, that Dragon is there, but also Sabo's there. So they're both, like, if we have like a dozen contenders for the One Piece left, they're both two of those contenders.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? Let's stay on Sabo for a second before I get to the Pink Mamba, because he obviously invaded Marie-Joie. When King Cobra was talking with the other Gorosei, then Imu walked up and sat down and said, "As soon as you saw Imu, your fate was sealed." But ask your question. It was crazy. It's a crazy thing to do. And I know some people are like, okay, well, he took 2 of the hits, and Sabo looks crazy bad because he was like pretty much out taking like 1 hit. from Emu or whatever, but like, how do we feel about Sabo being able to discern that the empty throne wasn't actually an empty throne and bringing that back to Dragon, because Dragon did not know about Emu, which is interesting. That Ivankov was like, was it Ivankov who said there was like someone named Nerona?
Yes.
Back? Okay.
Yes, it was Ivankov.
Yo, shout out to my Okama
Do we
queen,
know
bro.
that he
I
didn't
love
know
Ivankov.
about- I'm just once again, that's
Ivankov was-
the question. Where in the story does it show me? You guys give me a chapter. Where did Dragon not know about Emu?
But it's just like it's the effect of the Emu revealed to the rest of the revolutionaries at the same time, and Dragon not responding. That just
He didn't respond, meaning he might have not have told any of them, but he knew about it.
Yeah, but I mean, it's hard to say because he doesn't respond to nothing. He just be there.
Right. That's my point. So we're sort of. So all I'm saying is, let's just accept. Are we working under the operation that he did not know about Emu?
Yeah, that's just the assumption for now.
Okay,
It could be proven false later.
Fair enough. I just want to, clarify that.
Bro, so Naya, to go back to your question, well, first and foremost, bro, people gotta stop slandering Sabo, dude. This man, Solo Dolo, was in the room with the 5 Gorosei that we all saw on Egghead and Emu and got out of there alive. I don't care how he did it.
Survived 2 hits. That's a feat.
2 hits, bro. Listen. Luffy had Dorian Broggy. Luffy had Sanji. Luffy had Frankie. Bro, he was the one doing the majority of the work. But it's like he still had others there to help him. Mm-hmm. Sabo was with an injured Cobra that he was trying to take with him like it was a campaign mission in Call of Duty. He was holding on to R2 the entire time. And my boy Sabo still got out of the room. Like, bro, he's him, man. And I refuse to hear otherwise. Like, it is insane that this man left that room alive, bro. Like, when I tell you, Master Chief. Bro, you thought he was Master Chief. Like, it's insane, man. So, but on a serious note, Egghead really did recontextualize that sequence to where Sabo saw the same thing that we saw on Egghead, with all 5 of them in their awakened states, and Emu. The same
Nah,
Emu.
that had to be scary as fuck.
Dude, the same Emu that one-shotted Garcia Saturn from, like, light years away, like, just happened to survive, right? So all love to Sabo. But from a character standpoint, I think what's so interesting about all the Revolutionary Army and the way that Dragon moves, sort of like a Raboku esque character within the world of One Piece, where you see how much other characters are willing to move to this individual's plans, and like how this individual does nothing that they don't want to do, and obviously it makes me similar to Naya be like, dude, you're a monkey D, man, go out there and do your thing. But we understand it's a part of like a bigger picture, and of course whenever we get the flashback or whatever, we're going to understand why Dragon hasn't done a lot of things. Plus we got confirmation in Egghead that he's waiting for the Holy Knights to mobilize, and if he knew that Shamrock was out there, I can't blame him for wanting to wait till the Holy Knights to mobilize, you know what I'm saying? But
Shamrock is scary, bro.
Dude, it's Shanks with 2 hands. Come on, man. Bro, his sword has an awakening. You know how crazy that is?
So that's nutty. That is crazy.
Cerberus.
I want to jump in on his sword having an awakening. Mm-hmm. So if his sword has an awakening, again, this might be something that a million other people have said. We've known for years and years and years that Shanks' sword is named Griffin. So if he has a awakened mythical devil fruit, then does that, like, are we going to juxtapose that with Shanks also having an awakened mythical Zoan sword, the Griffin?
I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Yeah, we'd have to see it first, but I wouldn't be mad at that. I wouldn't be mad at that.
Toy Animation did that whole like Griffin thing when he was doing the hockey when he pulled the sword out. Mm-hmm. So maybe.
In fact, actually, I would embrace it. So people would stop calling Shanks a swordsman. That would end the argument forever.
if that's the case, then do y'all think that that's just something that's passed down to the Figureland family? So like Garling potentially has an awakened sword too?
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, I could see
Garling's theory too.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I can't, bro. Garling fascinates me, right? As a character who was at God Valley, obviously a legendary figure, Captain Commander of the Holy Knights, then becomes a Godosei. But it's the way he became a Godosei, right? Like this dude sat in the middle of the room and said, "Yo, y'all listen to me now. Like
we under new management."
You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I think Garling's making his own plays here.
Absolutely.
Because, again, mentioning it again, that big 2-page spread where we see 12 characters, we see Emu, but we also see Garling, plus
Precisely.
He's moving his way up the ranks, tells the other Gorosei, hey, you can't mess with York. York is part of just my crew now, essentially.
Right.
Like, I think Garling's making his own plays in the world government at this point.
100%.
Yeah. I also like that, within the recent chapters, that it was pretty much confirmed that Garling is the celestial dragon. So, like, now I was talking with Naya about this because I was always confused reading One Piece as to why the CP0 and the Gorosei, like, let those nasty little inbred fucks of the celestial dragons do whatever the hell they want. And then now I see, like, for the longest time I thought Doflamingo and Corazon were, like, anomalies. But nah, they got, like, a whole bunch of people like that on a stronger scale within Marriage Law, just chilling. Yeah. And then you have like the regular ones that we normally see. So now we know that a lot of those celestial dragons are people like Garling and Shamrock and potentially like Shanks. So it's kind of scary to think about.
It makes more sense. Exactly.
Yeah.
No, that makes sense. I'm still trying to find a chapter where Sabo tells Dragon about Emo. I'm trying to find it.
But I believe it was 1086. That's the Nerona Dynasty chapter.
Okay, I'm actually on that chapter right now. So, okay, hold on. Let me see. So you think the one? Oh yeah. So he said. Actually, I'm gonna put it on screen for a second, just because. Let's read it together, guys. I actually picked the wrong fucking
predictions ahead of time. He says ...
Okay. Is this who he actually says it? He said, second week, Dr. Lucia, the people arrested King Seki, blah, blah, blah. Yada, yada. Couldn't make direct contact. The annihilation of whatever. How did they do it? An enormous shadow. Dragon seems to be like worried maybe that is a... Wait, hold on. Now look at this. Since we know the ability granting eternal youth, I mean, someone had to use it before, which means the person out there doesn't need to worry about death. So you think the one I saw is, it could be a coincidence, and maybe they just share the same name. Could be anyone else but a founder of command the 5 other planets. The celestial dragon fancied himself a descendant of the gods after all. One more thing, blah, 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 blah. I'm confused. When did he actually tell them? Is that earlier in the chapter?
This could have been 1083. Then let me see. Let me look.
Yeah, if you guys find it, let me know. I try to see how Dragon completely reacts to it, but yeah, no Saddle slander on me, bro.
Yes, sir.
That is my guy.
That's the Flame Emperor.
Okay, it's the Flame Emperor chapter. Oh, it's the Flame Emperor. Yes, that's my guy.
Yeah, I'm saying it. Sabo's the Flame Emperor.
Wait, what? What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's my guy. Is it the truth about that day? Maybe. Yeah, he's talking about mobilizing the God Knights. Okay, I'll sift through this for a little bit, but I do want to talk.
He also brought it up in chapter 1060. Whenever Emu destroyed Lelucia, Sabo was like yelling on Nenmushi, like, "Yo, the empty throne isn't empty." Trying to think if it's that chapter potentially.
Luffy's dream.
Yeah, Luffy's dream.
Okay.
Let's see.
Sabo-kun. Blah blah blah. Yes, I was the one who killed Cobra. Of course not. Parrish, I thought we knew you were innocent. When I was in Marie's, I saw something unbelievable. It's almost like... No, I think he's talking about... It happened to be in the throne room of Pangea Castle. I thought there was no king of the world, but the empty throne I saw wasn't empty. I don't think... You actually don't see Dragon's reaction. It turns to Lucia getting destroyed.
That's what I'm saying.
So maybe he did know. Maybe he knew. Maybe he had an inkling or an idea or something. All right, fair enough.
I feel like Dragon knows because Garp knows.
You think Garp? Okay.
I think Garp and Sengoku know about Emu.
Okay.
Interesting.
They
Sengoku would not surprise me, And I wouldn't put it above him to tell Garp.
Do y'all think that's something that
the argument
potentially could have learned at like God Valley or something?
When
Maybe
Garp,
yes.
Yeah. When Sengoku was revealed to have Conqueror's Haki and everyone said, well, Garp doesn't have it, it was like, it's like basically everything that Sengoku knows, you can assume Garp knows. Yeah. That's not a bad theory to hold. I'm just saying.
Because I can most certainly imagine like Rocks being like, Roger, Garp, do you guys really think that there's no one sitting on top of the world right now?
True.
You know what I mean? Like, do y'all really think there's not a single being who's ruling us all?
That's the thing too. You have to remember that Garp might know what the One Piece is, for fuck's sakes. Roger might have been, hey, Garp, by the way, do you want to know what it is? Because I found out, like, Whitebeard said no. Garp might have said, sure, what the fuck do you want, pirate? And, you know, Garp might know what the One Piece is.
That'd be nuts.
We don't know. Like, these three were basically comrades in arms trying to kill each other, but they were all comrades in arms at that point. So it's
he trusted him enough to keep his son. So he trusted him with the One Piece.
Yeah.
That actually brings up an interesting question. Do you think that the higher ups of the world government, like the Gorosei and stuff, do you think they actually know what the One Piece is, or do they just think, okay, whatever the One Piece is, it's bad for us, so we have to make sure people don't find it?
I think Imu knows, but I don't think the Gorosei know.
Yeah.
Imu knows what it is, or what Roger found.
I think
whatever that is.
I think from the moment you saw Sengoku panicking when Whitebeard was giving his final speech, you knew it was something that was like dangerous and hazardous to them and the world government's rule. I couldn't put how or why, but like if it was just some treasure, I don't think they'd care that much. I don't right?
Yeah.
But it's like no, whatever it is could really change the world.
If it was just gold in treasure chests, the world government would not care enough.
Exactly.
Yeah. But and Whitebeard doing it because Sengoku was like, no. Sengoku knew that the One Piece existed, and so did Whitebeard, and he was pissed off because he went, "Oh no, it's real."
I think that very same speech where Whitebeard is talking about everything that he says there, which is even more relevant now than it was back then. I think something very interesting, going back to whether Whitebeard knew or not, I think he actually did come to know, because it cuts off once he asked him about the Will of D, and I feel like after the mural and what we're now coming to understand is what the D actually is.
Yeah.
I feel like you knowing the history of the D is naturally going to lead you to what the One Piece is. That's what I think, at least.
Yeah, Whitebeard knows what the Will of D is. He just didn't know it was tied into what the One Piece is, because he said, "Nah, I don't give a fuck about the One Piece." He goes, "But what's about the Will of D?" And as you said, it was cut off, so he inadvertently sort of knows probably half of what it is.
I think he has to know
enough to say, "Teach, it ain't you."
He has to know just based on what he said, right? Because he said it's going to turn the world upside down. It's the thing that the WG fear more than anything else. So like he has to know at the very least what it can do.
Yeah, Roger told him enough.
Yeah,
for him to be like,
I think he knows, but I just don't think that Whitebeard was interested in that. Whitebeard really just wanted a family and just to chill on the sea and do his thing. Drink.
Exactly, 100%.
Everyone called him like Akainu trying to taunt Ace, which worked and stuff like that. It's like, oh, he failed. It's like, no, he didn't fail. He literally was the only one who he was the only one left who could sit on the throne. Chose not to.
Yeah,
he could have.
Which is aura in and of itself, honestly.
Yeah, that's he was the king without a crown. Like everyone says, oh, there hasn't been a pirate king since Roger. Who ruled the seas for the last 20 years since Roger died? It was Whitebeard. Whitebeard was the king of the pirates. He ruled the seas.
Yep.
No one did shit without his approval.
There has yet to be a pirate to surpass his bounty too, bro. Like that man had 5 bill. Closest to him was Kaido at 4.6. So he really did rule the seas.
And you know what Whitebeard would have said if he rocked up to Kaido? It would have been Rayleigh Blackbeard all over. Oh, Rox's cabin boy. You know? Like he would have rocked up to him being like, I remember, remember when you were my bitch? I was on that crew. Remember when you were my bitch? Like Kaido ain't doing shit to Whitebeard. Like, Rayleigh doing the same thing to Blackbeard. Whitebeard's cabin boy. I don't like you. Get the fuck out of here.
I have to look into a little bit.
Whitebeard,
what?
Oh, my bad. I was gonna say. Speaking of Whitebeard, do y'all really think that that he was talking about Shamrock in that chapter?
I think he was talking about Garling.
You think so?
Garling
Okay.
makes more
Yeah,
sense.
it says Garling.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I think when we get
Because
like the God Valley
they're-
flashback, he's pretty much his son or uncle, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was Garland.
Yeah, true. And there would have been the crossover there where young Whitebeard would have been at God Valley with young Garling there.
Yeah, that makes
Well,
sense.
we know that for a fact because they all fought it. The Rock's pirates fought at God Valley, meaning all of them.
Yeah.
And
So,
like what it looks like is that like because Figurlin Garling became the warrior god of science and defense, I think it was Jay Garcia had. But first of all, the way he walked in that room was awesome. They're like, you forget yourself. They're like, oh no. It's like, oh no. I'm supposed to be here. Let's fix the world, big people. They're like, oh shit, like he's the new warrior. I think with his promotion, what happened was Shamrock was probably the vice captain of the God Knights, and he was promoted to the supreme commander of the God Knights.
Also, remember his title actually, technically, according to our tours, the Library of O'Hara, the title is actually different. Garling might still be in command of the God's Knights.
Oh, so his
title was given as Supreme Commander, and the actual kanji says only Commander of the God's Knights in the local chapter. It does not say Supreme Commander. So, and he said no, the kanji's correct. That's it's there. He did not get the title Supreme, and it is confirmed it was supposed to be Supreme. So Garling might still be a Gorosei plus, still the commander of the God's Knights overall. It's sort of the kanji could be a problem. I don't know, but that's apparently according to the best translations that we have.
That is interesting, though. Yeah. I appreciate that because that does add a new layer of who could potentially be in charge of this entire situation if it gets like really drastic with the Holy Knights here in the coming.
It's actually
coming
why
chapters.
I really appreciate a lot of the content creators who actually do know Japanese or could read it, because like they catch things like was it then it said that Bonnie and Akainu speak with like a Kansai or Kyushu dialect or something like that, like I'll never catch that. I speak English and French and Mickey Mouse Spanish, but other than that I can't help I can't. Yeah, so
that's why I like those things. That's why I always wait for multiple translations, because sometimes things come out differently. And once again, some things don't translate, just like English doesn't translate. Apparently, English is the hardest thing to translate into other book forms in the world. That's why Lord of the Rings is the hardest thing to translate into other languages. But in the same sense, bringing it back is also very difficult, because if we don't have a word for it, they try to supplement it. And sometimes it doesn't come across correctly, right?
Yeah.
So, no, I like that. Though I do have a question about the Garling entrance. Do you guys think the reason they're like, you forget yourself, Garling, blah, blah, blah. Garling actually has power on his own because he wasn't gifted it by Emu. What if the Gorosei are only gifted their power by Emu, and he's like sitting back like, I actually have hockey. You guys were gifted it.
That is interesting.
I do definitely think the devil fruit powers and stuff definitely come from Emu, because you saw how it ripped it away from De Garcia. So it's almost like, I wonder if now that he's a Gorosei, I wouldn't really be mad if it's the exact same spider, but maybe he got some other type of like weird ability. Now that he's a Gorosei. I
don't think he's got a form yet. I don't think, sort of like the Yuha Uryu thing. I don't think, from Bleach, I don't think he made the contract with Emu. He was just like, I'll be the 5th Gorosei.
Which makes him dangerous. Maybe he just has his sword ability and just whatever his actual strength is. And like Oda said, he's very strong and there's a reason for his strength. And obviously his two sons are OP too.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going on. I'm saying that Emu granted the Gorosei, generally speaking, throughout the generations. He's been granting. We don't know if these Gorosei have been 800 years old. We don't know. According to Samurai Gandhi there, the fruit eluded them for many generations. So we don't know. We don't know if these are the same Gorosei from 800 years ago. They seem very old and stuff like that. But the fact of the matter is that either way, if they were granted their powers from Emu, Garling wasn't, because he wasn't a Gorosei at the time, and he stood on his own at God Valley upon his own power. So there's no need for him to accept any blood contract or anything. You know what I'm saying? So he might be in there being like, "No, I'm free balling this shit." You know?
That also, like, I like that you touched upon that, Griever, because I was gonna say we don't really know like who the Gorosei are individually. Like, we know their names and stuff now, but like we don't know if they're celestial dragons, if there were people from the Void Century. Don't know how old they are really, and also we know that the original families from the Void Century became celestial dragons, except for the Nefertari. So like the only celestial dragon families we know is the Figurlins and the Don Quixotes. We don't really know what Emu's position is at this point in time amongst those families. Like, we don't know if he like stands above them or he's just another one of their families. So it begs to the question of whether or not how much more powerful Emu is compared to the Figurlins and the rest of the celestial dragons and stuff like that. So he wouldn't really need to give them any power if that was the case.
Right.
All right. Let's put a pin in that for a little bit. Let's get back to actually no, I forgot to talk about Pink Mamba real quick. Honesty Impact. How do we feel, man? My guy Kobe hooping.
That's
I've always given Kobe so much credit because I personally believe that you can argue that he's boasted the highest growth rate in the series from being literally like a cabin boy on like Alvida's ship and having really no combat experience in any capacity to where he is today. Now, granted, Garp's a cheeser. I'm not downplaying that because I even think about Luffy. Garp would just kind of like throw him in the jungle, like survive. Sanji, obviously Vince Smoke stuff. Zoro was like training in the sword. So like even from kids, they were still like physically active. And Kobe was not until Luffy kind of helped him out on the island with Handax Morgan. And look how far he's come. And so like I always say he's boasted the highest growth in the series. I think he's gotten the strongest, the fastest. I have so much respect for where he's come. And he trains really hard.
Yeah, same. Yeah, man. I love the Kobe stuff so much, not only because it obviously connects to Garp and to everything that was going on there on the island, but I just love Sword so much as a concept and seeing it executed, seeing how much like Hibari and the rest of the squad really care for him was super cool as well. It's like he has his own Straw Hat crew that really loves him and cares for him too. So when he brings out the Honesty Impact, you truly see how much he means to Garp. Because obviously that's a situation between he's fighting one disciple and then he's also doing this for another disciple. So Garp is like his heart is very of course torn, but he's so proud of Kobe in that moment. But to see how the other ones reacted too, like Helmeppo, who's been with him on the entire journey, and like I say, Hibari and the rest of the Sword members, to see how they're reacting to Kobe's growth and it all exploding in that one moment with the Honesty Impact, and just seeing. Even going back to Amazon Lily and what he was willing to do in front of Blackbeard, I was like, yo, man, like Kobe, you really are him right now. Like, you're not cowering in the face of danger. And even though you should be, and because of that, I have so much respect for him. Like you said, Naya, his growth all the way from being that cabin boy on Alvida's ship until now, like, I can't even imagine how it's going to be at the end of the series when we see someone like Kobe being Fleet Admiral and being like, you truly, truly worked for this, and it's a beautiful thing to see.
And you're a good person. Like, you will do right by the Marines would be like an actual respectable organization under you. I'm not saying Sengoku was a bad person or anything, but like I think under Kobe, it'll be much better. I feel that after failing with Dragon, Ace, and Luffy, Sabo, Garp has finally won one. And thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you.
Yeah, true that.
Yeah, I want to agree with Recon on two things. One is that he had no idea that Rayleigh was going to show up and make Blackbeard shit his pants. So he stood on principle right there, trying his best against a Yonko. Like, let's go. We've seen him do it against Akainu and Marineford. I don't know why we're surprised that he would do it against a Yonko. But he did it. And it was see, it gets overshadowed because Rayleigh showed up. and we love the Rayleigh moment. Of course, we all love Rayleigh. We love the Rayleigh moment. But as you pointed out, Kobe was the one who was stalling. He was the one preventing worse shit from happening at the time. Like, go Kobe. And then the part on Hajinosu was, with the honesty impact, was Garp was like, I've shown you how to do it. And he also had the teaching moment to Kuzan, being like, oh, you'll save one apprentice while condemning the next and stuff. Is like, you damn idiot sort of idea. You didn't learn, if you're fighting me right now, you didn't learn anything. Boom, blue hole, which hilarious attack name. I was like, oh yeah, great ice, yeah, fuck it, go down into it, fuck you.
I like how the anime showed Kuzan kind of like shielding himself when he got thrown down too. Like, that was the anime has been doing a lot of good stuff, man, with the
anime. Did some good stuff. The anime just proved, all the anime did was say exactly what I've been saying for fucking years. When Sengoku held Garp down to Marineford, there was a reason. That's all I'm gonna say.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you on the.
Would be walking with 2 legs.
I'm with you on the idea that like the current admirals are stronger than like the older generation and whatnot. And I don't know if you guys see how much Oda likes to glaze Sakazuki. Like, he loves him. Like, you fight in One Piece in 1 year, he's the most handsome. Like, I'm like, all right, chill out. Oda said that like none of them lose any of their strength necessarily. What I've always looked at them as, it's kind of like me. Like I'll be 32 in like a week, right? It's like I could still do a lot of the things that I did. It just takes way more out of me. Like if like basketball terms or whatever, like if a full court sprint and dunk like a 20 took like 1 MP out of 100. Now it takes 15. I could do it, but I'm a burnout quickly. So it's like,
right.
I even think about like Kizaru versus like Rayleigh. It's not that Rayleigh didn't have the power. He didn't have the stamina. He can't hang with the young boys for that long. He can't exert maximum power.
Rayleigh's whole thing was, as he pointed out, endurance. He's like, and because Kizaru was mad at him, he's like, you are pissed because you're holding me off and you can't fight a warlord at the same time. He's like, yeah, I'm getting old. Like, that's just like, okay, so Rayleigh is, and we already knew this. Rayleigh's right up there on the Roger level. We already knew this, but still, it was like, what a fucking. Because I was like, I'm insulted right now. Seriously, he's like, I'm sorry, But at the same, as you were saying about that, at the end of the day, it's just Kobe showing off this honesty, and Garp believed in him. In this regard, that was just so. It was like, you don't need to be me. You need to be the better me. You need to, try better and stuff, because Kobe has the exact same problems that Garp did. Garp had a relationship with Ace and Roger and all this shit, and now Kobe has this relationship with Luffy and all this shit. You know what I mean? And he's like. But you gotta be better than me. So I love that it's from Galaxy Impact to Honesty Impact. I think Kobe is gonna do what Garp couldn't, or felt that he couldn't do, going forward. And that's a beautiful thing. As Nia said, Kobe, we can argue about who has the best growth, but at the end of the day, Kobe was the same age as everyone else, and he was way weaker, and he's gotten as strong.
Exactly.
In a shorter time span.
That's why I tip my hat to him, man. Tip my hat.
Yeah, I mean, Smoker's definitely going admiral level. I think Smoker will be one of the admirals.
I miss him. I want.
Yeah, I miss.
Me too, man.
I think he got done dirty in the whole fucking before Dressrosa shit. But I do think that Kobe, fleet admiral, 100%, he's gonna change shit, because Emu's gonna be taken down. The say all that shit's gonna be taken down, and the Marines are gonna be to what Smoker, Kobe, Garp, what they all wanted to be. And he's gonna, Kobe's growth is nice to see. It's so nice.
Indeed.
I know we talking about Kobe, and deservedly so. But can we just take a moment? Did you see how high this nigga Garp was on that Galaxy Impact?
Man, hang time, bro.
No, the crazy thing was the anime. Like, I'm like, did this nigga just jump, turn, and sweep his head to do a like Kuda burst? Like what? Like he's a monster. He's a monster. Like what the fuck was that? Just the air current of his arm sweep did that. I said, oh nah, I don't want to fight him. The fist for real.
When I go through my YouTube shorts, I have to scroll every 5/5 one is fucking just Galaxy Impact. It's like, oi, pirate scum, and then fucking boom. Every fifth YouTube show because everyone's like, Garp's that guy. And I'm sitting there, and as I said before already on the stream, I'm still fucking mad because where were you people when I said Garp could kill a kind of? Where were you people when I said Garp had conquerors? Where were you people when I said Garp is top? None of you fucking came up, and I'm still so pissed. Like everyone's on the Garp hype train. I'm loving it, but I'm also salty. I'm salty.
It's like the anime did the scene like tremendous justice.
Yep. He was literally he moved like a gold saint, bro. Pegasus Ryu Seiken, bro.
Then he gets up and he goes, huh, I'm a lot weaker now. That should have destroyed the whole island.
He was disappointed. He said, "That's all I did." Ew.
Best feat we've seen in the verse, and he's like, "I'm not impressed."
No.
But I love the Galaxy Impact because like reading it for the first time, I honestly couldn't believe like Oda had him that high up in the sky, like, and he conveyed it with just drawing because it's like he looks like a speck before he and it's just like boom. And then a couple chapters later, we have Kobe doing his own thing with Honesty Impact, and obviously like it's not on the same scale, but it was still pretty fucking impressive. And I just love that Oda showed us like this is what Kobe is aiming to be, right? Like he gave us like a little taste of it with the Galaxy Impact, and he's like a little fledgling. And he also did like some parallels too with Aokiji. Like this is the path that Aokiji was supposed to take before he lost his way. Well, I guess I should call him Kuzan now. But there's a path Kuzan was supposed to take because they both did the same training regimen, like punching the what was it? The ship, the wall,
battleship
bags.
Just punching that shit.
No
every
hockey.
Day, raw dogging it. No hockey.
No hockey.
Raw dogging.
Garp's like, hockey is cheating. Don't do it.
It's just punching it every day. No hockey. And it's like it kind of shows like we already talked about like, but the growth that Kobe had from being somebody that was scared to call Alvida a fat and ugly thing on a ship to now being somebody that stands up to Sakazuki and Blackbeard and, just has a whole bunch of people that look up to them. Like, because the Marines have like a so-so rep in One Piece, I would say. Like, there's people that think that they do right by them and they feel at ease whenever they show up. And then obviously there's people that we know that have been wrong by them, like Kokoyashi Village. And I love that Kobe is here to like, put things in the natural order. Like Marines are supposed to be good, pirates are supposed to be bad. He fits the flow of what things are supposed to be.
And do you guys think, just out of curiosity, if Kuzan hadn't been there, Garp would have literally taken over Hajinosu?
Oh yeah. Not
there's a chance.
Because the only reason that he even got injured in the first place was because, once again, it's the same. I was going to make a video about this, but I'll just say it here. The protection thing about, like, why did Shanks, and it's retconned about he lost his arm to the Lord of the Coast, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, observation hockey needs to be activated. It can only take you so far. Katakuri even said it best. He has future sight. He's like, I see it. I can't stop it.
Yeah.
So I think that sometimes it's like, oh shit, I need to save the kid, and I don't have I can't hockey up in time, so to speak. So in some respects, maybe that's a similar situation here, where Garper's like, oh fuck, yeah, his observation hockey's still on, but it's not enough to defeat Shiryu, who is a good, definitely a strong combatant, but he was trying to make sure that Kobe or whoever didn't get hit and stuff like that. So if no civilians are there, if there are no civilians on Hajinosu, Garp rocks in. I think Garp destroys the island. I think Garp wins.
Yeah,
Like
I
there's
think
nothing
Yeah,
holding him
and
back.
honestly, too, with Kuzan, he's probably lying, but if he isn't lying, Kuzan told Blackbeard that he was trying to kill Garp, but Garp is so strong that he didn't even die to his attack.
Yep, exactly. And we
It
saw
felt like
Kuzan.
it did
be
feel like
afraid,
cap. It
bro.
did feel like
Kuzan,
cap.
Yeah, it's probably lying, but if he's not,
but Kuzan also did the same thing. Kuzan took out like 8 out of the 10 Titanic captains for fun to go get a drink at a bar. And then Garp rocked up and killed like 5 of them for fun and said, "Get the fuck out of here.
So,
You are not
hold
worth
on.
my time."
So if Garp did take over Hachinosu, Kuzan wasn't here, whatever else happens, do you think Teach pulling up would want to take it back, or would he
No,
see
no.
Garp there
No,
and
he'd be
say,
like,
never
"Fuck
mind,
this."
your island now?
He ran away from Rayleigh. He's going to run away from Garp. Garp is stronger than Rayleigh by all accolades. And even if Rayleigh was as strong in his prime, the difference is Garp has still been hunting pirates for the last 20 years, still been active. Rayleigh, by his own admission, is like, I'm out of shape. I haven't been doing my job for 20 years.
Well,
So-
at this point, Garp was semi-retired. So I guess he
Semi,
would've
but
fallen
only
off a
by
little
2
bit.
years. 2 years
Yeah,
retired.
that's what I'm
Rayleigh's
saying. He
been
just fell off
retired
just
for
a little
20.
bit.
I think
Rayleigh's
he
was
was more
retired
focused on bringing
20.
up Kobe the next generation than anything else.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to talk about Robert versus Luffy. Round 2. Because
Robert.
I honestly,
Robbie D.
Joe.
I won't lie to you. I saw someone call him Robert. I'm like, I have to call him Robert for the rest of my life.
Yeah, that's what I call him. I call him Robert, bro. Every time.
Robert
Robert
Lucci.
Yes, sir.
I actually like all this because like TB0 to me is not like a big threat. Like they don't scare me, but I feel like a lot of people look at that fight and think Rob Lucci looks really good, but I really feel like Luffy really toyed with him the entire time, and
Definitely.
I
That's
think
just how Luffy fights now.
I think some people kind of misanalyzed it, but like but were you guys excited for that? Did it move you? Were you shocked that he was awakened and stuff because we didn't see Kaido be awakened? I know that was a huge discussion point for a while. Like Kaido's not awakened, but Kaku and friggin' Lucci are. Like, how do we feel about that? I'll be right back. By the way. Go ahead.
In my opinion, I think Kaido was awakened just because he had the black hockey scarf thing that all the awakened Zoans have.
Yep.
I
he's
agree with
awakened.
Haku. I
He's
think
awakened.
he's awakened because the devil fruit is a koi fish, and the
Correct.
koi fish turns into a dragon.
Yes.
Yep.
So I think that's what the
But
awakening
even
is.
so, we have the ring. The ring basically says awaken.
Right.
We've seen that
Honestly-
with Force. We saw that with, and you don't need to accept it every single time, but it's been the consistency of awakened devil fruit users this entire time. So the ring manifests in one guy, it manifests in 12. We call it awakened, but the 13th guy, no. Like, that makes no sense.
Dude, something I really loved about Luffy versus Lucci is that it gave Oda an opportunity to pull a Toriyama where he could like parallel a previous fight and like from a choreography standpoint, and it was just so cool seeing him do like a Majin Vegeta versus Goku, giving respect to like the original fight in the Saiyan saga, the same way that Luffy did.
Yeah, he did the same moves, the same choreography,
exact same moves, and like the ways the panels were laid out. I was like, oh, this is so cool. Like, we've gotten so far in One Piece now where Oda's able to do stuff like that and call back to previous fights. Like, it was just so cool.
And Recon, I'm 100% with you on that. I didn't appreciate it at the time. I was like, Lucci stands no fucking chance against Luffy right now, right? And when I saw that later on, I didn't respect it at the time, but going back, I went, oh, I see what he did. All right, never mind. I was fucking wrong. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you're absolutely right. It's like, that's the cool thing about that, right? It's like, obviously Lucci stood no chance, but it didn't matter. It was a nice callback fight, you know?
I actually also, though, I do think Lucci came out of it looking good, because even though we know that Luffy is Yonko level now, Lucci, and I think the anime got to do a really good job showing it off.
Agreed.
I honestly, in the anime, kind of like the scenes with Luffy fighting Lucci more than Luffy fighting Kaido. I just think that Gear 5th looked really good in the anime against Lucci. Mm-hmm. I loved that they were basically flying all over the island. This is like Luffy fighting at an entire island level scale, and Lucci's there with him. And though Luffy keeps hitting him and keeps hitting him, Lucci just kind of stands back up and tanks every hit. Then at the very end, Luffy runs out of time in Gear 5th and has to run away with Vegapunk and stuff. And Lucci again just stands back up like, what was that entire fight?
Well, he's in awakened zone, so they got like the healing factor and extra durability. But it's true. He you have to give him respect, but like he definitely was outclassed.
Yeah.
But
bro, when Luffy created the goggles, that was one of the coolest moments in Egghead for me, man. I was like,
I actually love that. I actually love that panel.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite panels, bro. I think it's so clean.
It was no different than the anime moment where I keep seeing this short as well, where Kaku's like, oh, it's 1,000 Sunny, I'm gonna destroy it. He does all these breakdancing moves, and Zoro wakes up and goes, absolutely fucking. Like, you are not on our level anymore. Sit the fuck down. No.
Amaridachi! Like, no. You ruined my nap.
Yeah,
you
ruined my nap. I'm awake now. What the fuck?
Oh man.
Oh, Mogura Pistol is hype because Mogura Pistol reminds me, like, I feel like he got that idea from fighting Katakuri with Mogura, like the actual spear that he had, and even the mirror world, like him using the ground to hit him. That's why I like Mogura spear pistol. That was dope.
That's a great point. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
It was inspired by that.
I'm looking at the panel right now when he puts the goggles on. Gum Gum Booming Dawn Rocket, bro. Looks like Lucci has like a fucking watermelon pushing out of his back.
bro, that joint was so crazy in the anime because like he went in for the punch and Lucci was like, oh my god, I've seen this before. and it showed the Eddie's lobby PTSD flashback. I was crying, bro. I was like, no.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Nah, man, that was like again. I'm a griever. I probably didn't appreciate it until I watched the anime, and I'm like, oh, I love this in the anime. I thought it was really well done.
Yeah.
The Robert versus Luffy fight. So, I also want to say this. I actually thought that Oda did a good job making Luffy look like a real Yonko. Pretty much, kind of. I know we had the Giants with him, but like. Without the healing factor, he was really pressing a lot of those girls. I know the Boar one, I can't remember his name right now. He had like some insane durability. Luffy couldn't hurt him, but for the rest of them, he just kept beating them and like hurting them and sending them back. And he's like, listen, we gotta go because for whatever reason they don't die. But he was really working them.
Yeah, dude, bro. There was that one chapter where he was boxing Saturn and Kizaru at the same time. We turned them both into pizzas.
Yeah.
I was like, bro, what are you doing?
And they're like, Kizaru, are you okay? He's like, leave me alone. Like he's not wounded. He's like my wounds, my wounds run deep, bro. Like he's like, I'm mentally and emotionally scarred. Leave me alone. I don't want to be here no fucking more. And then Saturn just fucking flings back. I'm like, bro.
Kizaru really tried to dip, and Luffy yoked his ass up.
Yeah, dude.
He was like, nah, y'all not going nowhere. Y'all trapped with me.
Oh, that was such a great panel, bro.
Not the other way around. No,
he said, you know, I'm not letting any of you guys get away, right? I was like, oh. and credit to Kizaru too, right? Like, I do think some people miss this. Again, I'm not gonna. That's my guy. I'm not gonna defend like his showcase. Like he obviously looked bad. I understand he had like the mental and emotional like he was emotionally in turmoil, but. He kind of completely no-diffs Gear 4 Snake Man. Like, don't forget that. Like, he was like, oh, okay, I can see how you beat Kaido. I'm like, nigga, what? Like, that was working Kaido to some degree, and in base too. And he's like, yeah, there's his little guard, like, nope. And there's like, yeah, speed is power, went back, accelerated, and kicked him through the, what's the sky thing called that blows up? The, Sky Dome, whatever. And then he came in Gear 5th, and he's like, oh, shoot. Then it got serious. Like, then it got real. Like, he kind of completely just made Gear 4th look like, no, it's not enough. I'm like, damn.
Yeah. It would have been nice if he would have brought back that, the callback line from before when he was in Shibari. He was like, you ever been kicked at the speed of light before?
I think
that line lives rent free in my head.
Yes, sir.
Kizaru's showing to me is another hindsight thing where, like, week to week, I didn't think his showing was bad, but it was just kind of whatever. But then when you get to the end of the arc and you see, like, some of the stuff he was doing or dealing with behind the scenes, the fact that he didn't want to actually be here, and he really
closed his
did the
eyes
one
almost
thing he
every
had to
time
do,
he
which
fired a
was to kill
Vegapunk.
Vegapunk.
Yeah, he would close his eyes.
So I think by the end, it's like, oh no, Kizaru was good this arc.
Yeah. That's what I ended up being my ultimate conclusion. But at first I was mad. I won't lie to you. I was getting cooked. I was getting cooked. I was like, no, not like this. You can't give me Tony Snell numbers, bro.
Tony Snell.
Is there anything specific on about Egghead you think we need to touch on, or you want to touch on before we move to Elbaf?
I actually wanted to go ahead and talk about Elbaf just real quick because I do have to get going.
Okay.
I just wanted to talk about Elbaf real quick because I mean, obviously I adored Egghead. I thought it was a wonderful weekly experience, and it gave me so many fond memories, both outside of Egghead and inside of Egghead. But when chapter 1130 and 1132 dropped in particular, which are the first one, of course, is the Loki chapter where we see like the first double spread for what the island looks like. Mm-hmm. But when Luffy and Usopp get to Elbaf and all of like the memories hit me, bro, I was like, dude, the series is really coming to an end. Mm-hmm. Like that was my like obviously Egghead gave me a lot of, oh man, these are big major reveals, obviously, that are very end game. Even the mural, all these things are end game. But when I saw Luffy and Usopp reach Elbaf, that for me was like a personal one where I remember when I first caught up to One Piece, I was like, bro, when Luffy and Usopp reach Elbaf, like that's it. We're almost at the end. So when I saw that panel, I was like, bro, there's no way, dude. Like I can't believe we're actually experiencing this right now in real time. The way this arc starts with like the adventure piece, classic Oda. You don't know when the flying flag nurse is going on. But it's just so much fun trying to unravel the mystery. Then you obviously figure out it's Elbaf. And then just the way that this arc has been structured so far, both from the mystery of the island to figuring out exactly what the conflict is here with like, the class differences between this generation, the old generation, to now having Shamrock come here. And now Gabon is here, to the mural. It's like, it's been such a great combination of the lore piece, the hype piece, the theory piece, the adventure piece. It's like you truly see that this is an arc that obviously Oda's been wanting to draw for a really long time, but like you're seeing the passion really come through the page. I agree. In regards to the art, in regards to the story, like it's infectious, and I can't help but look forward to each chapter more than the one before. So I'm really enjoying Elbaf so far, but with all of that aside, going back to agenda piece, my boy Shanks, boy flipping Shanks is free. You know what I'm saying? I had to deal for years that he's a rat, that he's a fraud. No, sir.
No. Hey, Rico, you get my being a GARP stand. You understand my
yes, sir.
We always put 10 toes down. I never doubted Akagami for a second.
You feel me?
Why?
Never, bro.
Here's what I'm hearing is that everyone should just listen to Recon and myself when it comes to the ghosts. That's all I'm hearing. That's all I'm hearing.
Listen, I heard for years, Crocodile sucks. He lost to a pre-gear Luffy, and now look at everybody now. Crocodile's so wrong. Yeah. Look at all you guys coming around now. You wasn't in the desert. I was in the y'all wasn't in the desert with me. He wasn't over there in the desert with no water.
He wasn't with me shooting in the gym.
I said he was the best villain, and everyone who compared him to Dolphy, when Crocodile's better. During Dressrosa, you know how much hate I got on my videos when I said Crocodile's the better Dolphy? Holy shit, the amount of fucking hate I got. I was like, no, Crocodile's the Bond villain. He's better. He's a better Dolphy. And everyone shit on me, and I was like, no.
The real leader of Cross Guild, man.
I'm sorry, he's this.
That's right.
That's right. Cross Guild for life. Let's go.
But yeah, you know, I truly appreciate you for inviting me, man. This was so much fun, and it was great catching up with y'all again. It's been a minute. God,
just real quick before you go, just give me your score for Egghead. What would you rate out of 10?
I mean, with how I feel, that's a straight 10. With like trying to think,
I am not here for I'm not here for no objectivity. How do you feel?
How I feel is infinite.
All right. That's all I need. That's all I needed.
Listen, bro. I threw rating out the window when I saw Joy Boy hit a hockey blast from 800 years ago. You know what I'm saying?
He said
you feel me?
He stored that shit in a rope.
I did a ranking. Come on, so last year I did a ranking of my favorite One Piece arcs, and Egghead was not my number 5, and I'm still sticking with that. Like it's a top 5 arc for me. I absolutely adored it. It was so much fun to read weekly, and like I said, when you give me a Joy Boy sighting, when you give me Void Century stuff, when you give me the Vegapunk stuff I've been waiting for so many years, but on top of that, you give me the 5 Gorosei showing up and boxing my king, my pirate king. Then you give me the Kuma flashback. You give me Robert and Luffy boxing. You give me Shanks using an attack, a named attack. It is Divine Departure. You give me Garp using a named attack in the same arc. It's like, nah, man, that's up there for me. That's up there for me. So definitely a 10 out of 10 for me. All love for that arc. But yeah, man, all love to you guys. Naya, this is awesome.
Yes.
And hopefully we'll get an opportunity to connect again, man. I gotta catch up to Kubera, bro.
Yes.
I'm slacking.
Let's do it. I'll holler at you, man. Handle.
Yes, sir. The handle.
Recon, it's been a pleasure seeing you, my guy.
Absolutely.
It's been too long, brother.
Yeah, man. Yo, Pat, man, we gotta connect soon too, bro. It's been a minute.
Sir.
All right,
yeah,
safe,
but y'all
man.
have a good one, man. Take care, y'all.
All right, I need everyone else's ranking too, unless you have something else you want to say about Egghead first.
Oh, okay. I got one more thing to say about Egghead. You can go, Haku.
Same. Okay, I had one negative and one positive I wanted to bring up.
Okay.
First, I'll go with the negative. So, like, ever since Wano, it felt like One Piece has just been getting better and better. It's like whoever wrote some of Wano, Shueisha kicked them out, brought Oda back in. We're no longer in Wano Piece, we're in One Piece again. But there was just one slip up, one bit of hackery that I was like, what's going on here with the writing? And that is, we spend a bunch of time running around with the Vegapunks, the mystery and everything. All of that's good. We start flashing over to some of the islands. We're hyping up this conflict, the incoming, like, super buster call. And it's like, okay, this is really cool. We're jumping around. We're seeing some of the flashback to the Reverie. And then we come back, and we have just off-screened a bunch of stuff. Like, the bad guys are taken down. Some of the characters like Robin are injured, and we never really truly flash back to any of the stuff that happened. We're just like, that didn't really matter. And that's something that bothered me a lot, because to me, it's like, why did we waste the time setting up all of that stuff if you're just gonna off-screen it? Like, you could have saved a bunch of chapters not setting some things up if you weren't gonna actually pay them off.
I feel that, actually. I do.
Okay.
I think that's
so.
Fair.
That's like my one negative for an otherwise really, really great arc. I also think it's like kind of a 10 out of 10 arc. The positive I wanted to bring up is just the ending. I think it's huge to me, having the shot of Kuma when Bonnie is the one kind of getting the final hit in with Luffy on Saturn. I think for me,
wonderful.
The character writing and the emotions there are probably the best final hit that we've had in an arc post-time skip. Like, to me, that final attack is better than the final attack on, like, Kaido or Dofi. I think that's the best final attack of the post-time skip.
Yeah, for sure. I agree.
The only thing I didn't love was her going Nika. I didn't like that for some reason. I don't know why yet, but other than that,
it makes sense though. In the confines of the story and the powers, it makes sense that she can go Nika because she can imagine it. So that makes sense.
I don't know.
I was just gonna say the only other moment for me that is better for the end is the end of the arc of Whole Cake, where they have the parallel between Sanji and that cooking the same meal. And like, whoever wants to be fed, we're gonna cook and eat and feed them. And it's like, that whole arc had to do with family, and like, I'm really close to my family, so that was pretty beautiful. But as far as like final blow, like that Bonnie and Luffy on Saturn, that was better than the final hit on Dofi, the final hit on Katakuri, even the final hit on Kaido. That was much better.
I feel it
emotionally.
Yeah, And
as
what?
as far as Egghead as a whole, you guys seem to love it, and all right, I'm gonna be the black sheep here for a second. I don't. I don't like Egghead as a whole. Every time we got away from Egghead, whether it was the Kuma flashback, whether it was Hajinosu, whether it was Shanks kicking ass, I was way more happy. I didn't like actually being on Egghead. Egghead the arc has all hype moments, but the hype moments generally happen off of the Egghead Island. They're all away from it.
This is like me
They're
with Wano.
better
I enjoyed Wano every time we left the fucking island.
So here's my thing is that the later half, when the Gorosei and Kizaru finally show up, and we get battles and we get, as Pat just pointed out, the Bonnie punch and stuff like that. Yeah, all that's good. But up to that point, we had the murder mystery. Mm-hmm. But the problem is that I had hyped up to learn from the Rick of Rick and Morty, the Doc Brown of Back to the Future, the Einstein of our world, to explain the lore of One Piece, and he told me nothing. 10 years.
It's not
I waited for Vegapunk to show up, and he's an idiot. He's dumb. He's not smart. I'll tell you why he's not smart. He caused more problems. Kuma's backstory, anybody? The saddest thing in One Piece, and he caused 3/4 of it.
Nah, he built York. He's a genius. Idiot.
He is a fucking
You think you make York he's a genius?
He might be.
Yeah, building
mathematically by IQ, he might be the smartest guy in the world, but he's a naive child. He's a moron. He's an idiot. And I'm pissed off that he has no accountability. And then he has the gall time and time. Every time we get a flashback with him, he holds up his hands like, I'm so sorry, Kuma. I'm so sorry, Bonnie. I'm so sorry, Dragon. You literally make the same mistake every half a decade, you fucking moron. Supposedly Einstein.
I'm not a Vegapunk fan, so I'm not.
I have no sympathy for this character. He gave me no new lore. All he had was a theory telling me that, oh, maybe, which by the way has almost been disproven because apparently now we have the mural where not the Adam tree, but the Eve tree is the one that gave devil fruits. So maybe they are based on dreams, but he couldn't even that much where they came from. He said, oh, children dream them, so maybe where they come from. Maybe at best. That's the most amount of lore we got out of the man who knows everything. The most amount of lore we got out of this entire arc was maybe they were dreams of children. That's the most amount of lore we got out of this motherfucker. He created androids, Dragon Ball Z, anyone who tried to kill him. That was the murder mystery. Go figure. Like, oh my Christ.
I kind of tuned out like halfway through what you were saying, but did you mention the world flooding thing?
Hold on, Alan. I was going to get to that.
Oh yeah, the world flooding thing. Oh, so actually he had one good thing. Oh, he found out that the world, but I could tell you that the sun is also going to blow up in 3 trillion years.
Okay.
The only I like hold on real quick. That was like I feel you because I'm not really a Vegapunk fan. I actually thought the world flooding thing was kind of obvious based on what happened in Wano. So when he said that, I wasn't like, oh, I was like, yeah, Wano's underwater. Of course the world flooded. Do you not see how much architecture is under the sea? Like, I felt like that big world flooding reveal didn't hit me because I'm like, I've been thinking this for a while though. That's the only thing I'll add.
Yeah, and once again, to be fair, I'm not 100%. He didn't give us nothing. But he was supposed to give us, this should have been, like, Oda hyped it up, and maybe this is on Oda, but he hyped this up to be, when Vegapunk shows up, we're going to learn so fucking much lore. And we learned nothing about things that were established, and we only learned one little theory about, as was already said, about, okay, the world's sinking. So now we have new information with no answers. more questions. Basically, we left Egghead with more questions than answers when Egghead was supposed to be the arc where you got the answers. That makes no sense to me. And he's a naive asshole who caused Bonnie and Kuma far more suffering than they deserved because he was an idiot. He was a moron. And he literally made her childhood terrible and Kuma worse. I have no sympathy for this man. Glad he's fucking dead.
To me, the huge thing with
hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
I let you speak, Reaver. All right, so let me speak. All right.
All right.
I understand how you feel about the Vegapunk stuff. I'm not saying you have to like the character at all. How you feel about him is how you feel. I can't change that. But I think you're getting a little bit too emotional when you're thinking about how you feel about the character compared to what has been presented. Because he stated time and time again throughout the series that, first and foremost, he was a scientist. There was a lot of things that he knew, but just being smart doesn't get you anywhere. So he had to play the devil's advocate, comply to the world government, and get funding. So in order to create Egghead, he needed money. So he kind of sold his soul a little bit and then did experiments and stuff like that to advance the technology and all the stuff that goes on in the world. Mm-hmm. The Void Century took place in a futuristic setting because the world had restarted. So Vegapunk was the only person that was even close to unearthing anything that was in the Void Century at all. So he was studying that on his own time. But again, he didn't have enough time. So like he split himself into multiple different personalities and things like that.
Yep.
Now with Vegapunk, everything that happened between Kuma and Bonnie was at Kuma's bequest. He didn't want to do any of these things, but he did it because Kuma asked it of him. So it's not like he did something where he knew it was going to be a terrible outcome. He knew the outcome was going to be bad, but he did it at the request of a friend. And on top of that, with the world flooding and stuff like that, I mean, I know you guys probably like saw it coming. I mean, I did too when one was underwater, but it also recontextualizes everything that we know about One Piece with it being explicitly stated, because now we know why the world government wants to have the giants on their side, because the world flooding isn't going to affect them anytime soon. And then we know why Tom built the train for the sea train and stuff, because Water 7 is going to eventually be flooded. And then we also know why Crockett lives inside Laboon now, and why Rayleigh started a ship coding business, because they all knew this. So like everything comes to full circle and stuff.
But it's not all about that, Pat. My thing is it's the audacity of him to actually be shocked and surprised at every point.
Well, I mean, just because you're smart doesn't mean you know everything.
No,
like,
but
there's gonna be things that surprise you.
He knew, like you said, the Kuma thing was all Kuma's choice. No. Saturn found out because he was too stupid to realize that maybe the world government was watching him.
No, he knew that. He figured that out, but he erased his memory.
But he did nothing about it, and that's the whole reason that Kuma
not a combatant.
become a robot.
He's not a combatant. There's nothing he can do. If the government set their sights on him, he was just like.
Supposedly the smartest man in the world. Why couldn't he come up with ways to trick the cameras, ways to trick the audio? Like, I'm just saying, is that like he has to be smart. Like, and if he did do that, if he didn't, like, it's the audacity to be surprised. It's the audacity to be shocked and cry 5 years, 10 years, 15, 20, 25. Every flashback we get Vegapunk going, I'm so sorry, I didn't know.
Well, he never really said he didn't know.
Sorry, I'm not absolving.
He's just sorry that it happened.
He's sorry that it happened, but he had the methods and the ways to prevent it, and a child could have figured it out, and he chose not to. So I'm not giving it to the guy 500 years in the future.
I don't agree with that. Right, I don't agree with that at all.
Let's go ahead, Aku.
I think something important to this. Sorry, did you need to go ahead first?
No, I
think something important.
I tried to move the Elbaf. I'm itching to talk about the mural.
Sorry. Yeah, I'll try to be really, really quick. Something I think that's important to the conversation. When he was spreading all the information, is it's important that he was giving this lore drop not to us as readers or to the Straw Hats or whatever, but he was giving the lore drop to the world, which changes the world of One Piece. But I think morality-wise, something important to bring up is that when he meets Dragon at Ohara, Dragon's like, the world government did this, the Marines did this, you're still working with the world government or Marines. And I believe Vegapunk brings up, he's like, well, not everybody in the Marines is evil, and there are also pirates out there that are like slaughtering and pillaging and killing everybody. And that's something that we've seen throughout One Piece, is that some of the Marines are good and some are evil, some of the pirates are good and some are evil. And even when Vegapunk gave his big, lore drop to the world, something he said is he was like, so Joy Boy was the first pirate, and he fought against the founders of the world government, and I'm giving you this information, but I don't know which side was good and which side was bad. I'm not telling you which side to side with. I'm not telling you who was good or bad. I'm just telling you the plain historical facts. That the
I didn't mind that part, by the way. I think Vegapunk was very good for his message. It's everything else in the past, every flashback that we saw.
Reaver's more so talking about like he comes across as naive for somebody so smart.
As though I could not have foreseen this. Yeah, he's too naive. Right. That's all I'm complaining about. He's way too.
Which I actually agree with.
He's Luffy level naive for being supposedly a scientific genius.
Okay, y'all never met somebody that's book smart but not street smart? It's the same thing.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, but not after making the same mistake 5 times in 4 decades. And ruining people's lives. No, I haven't met that.
All right, Griever, what's your score for Egghead?
No, yeah, but he made them worse by not being a little bit smarter.
Debatable.
That's all.
Debatable because they were united.
They were, but you're telling me that Vegapunk couldn't have figured out that there were spies in his lab and maybe
there wasn't a spy. One of them turned traitor and he figured it out.
No. I meant the whole like.
Give me a second, y'all. I'm just rebooting Discord because I feel like it's cutting out a lot. Give me 1 sec.
Vegapunk should have better science than Saturn, the thing he's good at, and should have been able to detect that there were unauthorized bugs listening in on his conversations. And then he could have figured that out, maybe. Why have a private conversation? The only reason Kuma became a cyborg was because Vegapunk was too stupid to fucking not have better security on his island. That's a fact. Because he offered to cure Bonnie, and he was like, I can do this, no problem. And I was like, oh, wait a minute. Saturn found out about it. Kuma, the deal is we'll cure your daughter. You can become a cyborg. That's only because Saturn had bugs in the place that Vegapunk hadn't found. Supposedly, the smartest man in the world didn't have better tech than Saint Saturn.
Well, you gotta make the tech first.
Exactly. Yeah, but why wouldn't you assume that the world government was watching you if you're the smartest man in the world?
Let's just agree to disagree, and I want your Egghead score now. Recon gave it a 10. I'm a 7.6. What are you giving it, Griever?
For Egghead?
Yeah, score out of 10.
Overall, I'll probably give it a 6.5 out of 10.
Okay, 6.5. Pat?
It's a 10.
10. Haku?
I'm kind of struggling between 8 and 9. I'll say 9 just for the ending. I think the ending's really good, but then the stuff that we off-screened in the early bits just have me like, I gotta dock at least a point for that.
That's fair. And Alan?
I got a 9.
All right. I will get the thing for that in a second, but now I know we're not that far, but it's time to talk about Elbaf. It's Copper Gavon is here, baby. And I gotta start with Loki. I like Loki already. I like Loki a lot. He moves me. For the first time I saw him, I said, okay, hold on. He got the Loki design with the horns. His eyes are covered. I'm like, did he just dodge Luffy? why in Gear 4th? Why he's in Kairoseki and blindfolded? Oh nah, he's nice. He's the reason Shanks is Emperor. 2.6 billion. Stop playing with me, bro. I like everything about his demeanor so far. I do think the story of him like killing his dad and like being like the menace of the Giants is probably being overblown a bit. I think there's some truth to it we don't fully know, but I don't think he's necessarily a great or good person. And I do think that a lot of stuff that he says he really would stand on. He really got my respect when when Shamrock and Gunka were trying to recruit him. He's like, I don't want to become a scumbag. I don't want to be one of you guys. And they tried to like use one of his wolves as like a hostage, and he's like, I'm gonna have to internalize that rage and take it out on the world, bro. Like, I'm not folded. I'm like, okay, yeah, I like him. That's my man's. I need him freed. Get the key from Scopper Gabam. But like, yeah. Talk about Elbaf. I could say the beginning itself didn't move me crazy with like starting off in that little fake world with the other some guy. Yeah, with what's his name? The guy Nami's new slave Roto. Like that was like whatever to me. But once you get out of that, Elbaf has been hitting week to week for me. I don't know how you guys have been feeling about it.
Same.
All right, so I want to start off with this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Elbaf has really hit the ground running. Like honestly. Like we started off with the little like toys in a child's playroom or whatever stuff, but ever since then, it's gone crazy. And it started when Shamrock came to Elbaf.
Mm.
Now that chapter of him pulling up, being summoned the same exact way the Gorosei were summoning each other to different locations was fucking mind blowing. Because I'm like, I think that's when everybody in the community realized that's not Shanks. That's what everybody, like, they put two and two together. They were like, that is not Shanks. So
and
who is this guy?
God, how many of the people who were saying that Shank's evil twin brother are fucking eating their cereal good right now? You know what I'm saying, man?
I'm going up to that.
And I like that Oda kept his only showing one side of his face on purpose.
Yeah.
Because there's like a callback to the moment of when we thought that now we see that it could have been Shamrock. But now I have a theory that maybe that actually was
it could be either one. That's the thing. Right?
Yeah, Shamrock did say he came back.
We don't know.
It really was.
Point.
Yes, he did say that. And he said that he was tainted by living amongst these nasty folks.
And we also have the evidence where Shamrock himself said that Shanks returned to the Holy Land at some point. We don't know when.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
That could have been that moment, for all we know.
I feel like it was earlier, but I'm not
sure.
Could
have been before it, but we don't know that. So
yeah, speculation.
Yeah,
I'm rocking with Shamrock right now. I like him. First of all,
his design's too clean.
He got two hands.
It's too fucking clean.
Nah, you got the French armor on. Like, hold on, you look kind of clean. That's my boy.
It's too goddamn clean.
You think that Victorian armor is gonna save him?
Bro, my man has braids in his hair, man. They're not ready for what he's about to bring on.
No, this man has purpose in his sword.
This man said, you know what? I'm gonna go kidnap some of these children, and we're gonna bring one more God Knight, and we're gonna get this pop. And I said, yo, he's moving different right now. He's moving different. Nah, I like.
He literally showed up and fucking. I'm going to go up. So doing Loki didn't work. I guess I'm just gonna grab all the children. Like, what the fuck?
And Loki took that attack. I know he's probably hurt, but he was taking those hits. And his observation hockey is really good. Like, give him credit, man. He's literally calling out what's about to happen too. I'm like, yo, won't they free him? It's about to be a problem. I can't rock with those devil summoning mans. They pure evil. But Shamrock got two hands though, Ralph. You got two arms, bro. Two?
Well, you guys think, by the way, did Loki, because the capture of Loki took place 6 years ago and Shanks was involved, and he was part of the reason. So do you think that's what turned him to become an emperor? because he became an emperor 6 years ago.
Yeah.
And he captured Loki 6 years ago. Loki has a special bounty 6 years ago. Was the reason Shanks became an emperor.
That's what they're insinuating, and I think that was the thing that pushed him above to make him an emperor. I think he was always a great pirate and highly like strong and respected, but he became a Yonko after that moment, especially. And he probably at that point amassed a decent amount of territory, because remember, like I would always say, Mihawk in name and Mihawk in strength is a Yonko, but he's a lone force, and that's the thing that's always going to hold him back. He doesn't have a bunch of islands that, you know, and a bunch of crew members and stuff like that, like a territory, even though I know he's on that level in terms of pure strength.
Right.
There's more to being a Yonko than just being strong.
Oda did come out and say, and we saw that during I think it was Pat, you described the whole attack on the Kid Pirates. It's like, well, the rest of the fleet is kind of fodder. It's just, we're a red hair fleet. But they're not strong. They have nothing. So Oda came out and said the quality of Red Shank's crew is above and beyond the rest of the. So
yeah,
you know, everybody else has this quantity, and it doesn't mean that King, Queen, Katakuri, these guys aren't strong. It just means that Shanks has way more of that level on his main crew. And it's like, all right, I buy that in bed. Let's go.
I'm here for it.
And he's still trying to recruit Marco too. Shank's a greedy bastard.
yeah. But Marco working for the Straw Hats because he said, "Hey, the 2 wings are coming in."
He tries to recruit that twice, bro.
To be fair, people sleep on Marco, and I'm still sitting there like, does everyone forget the Gorosei statement? It's like a Yonko or Marco the Phoenix. Like.
Really?
Now that we know that the Gorosei are as strong as they are, they must recognize that Marco. They wouldn't say that if they didn't think Marco was up there.
Yeah, you know? we already been through it with these dumb niggas, man. Like they thought Marco was some random guy on Whitebeard's crew that wasn't like that, and then when he pulled up to Wano and made King and Queen look like little boys, then that's when they all shut up.
Yeah, he held them both back, and it took Zoro, injured as he was, it took Zoro to go full force Conquerors Hockey King of Hell mode to defeat King. So, yeah, Marco's that guy. I'm just saying.
Yeah. It looked like a big brother fighting with his little brother, bro. It was bad.
Always has been, but
Marco is still, as far as I'm concerned, he's the strongest first commander as far as we have in the story right now. Ben Beckman might be a caveat, but Marco's still better than Katakuri, King, any of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rayleigh stopping him in the anime with one finger did some irreparable damage to him.
Rayleigh, but Rayleigh built different. As I said, if it was Rayleigh, here's the deal about that fight, by the way. I actually want you guys' opinion, not trying to power scale here, but if Rayleigh were to have said, "Hey, cabin boy, let's go," Blackbeard would have had to drop Hancock, meaning it would be Hancock, Kobe, and Rayleigh. Rayleigh only said, "I don't think I could have taken him." But with Hancock there, I'm just saying, I don't think Blackbeard lives that fight.
I think that's the reason he ran away, because his crews that he had with him were turned to stone. And he was by himself.
Exactly.
So he had to make the smart decision, but he still took Kobe. He said, "I'm leaving with something."
Yeah, and Rayleigh said, "All right." But we don't know how that went down, because Rayleigh said, "I'm gonna be the one dictating terms." Mm-hmm. That's what he said. So he dictated the terms. Kobe probably said, "No, Mr. Rayleigh, I will go with him. Don't worry about me."
I mean, at that point,
we know that Kobe traded himself for his crewmates.
Yeah, he literally said he did that. So Rayleigh probably went, "All right, little Marine, you do what you want."
No, but I definitely feel like Rayleigh was just bluffing at the time, because like he owed him. Like, I mean,
no. I'm not saying he could win. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that Blackbeard, as we've already discussed, Blackbeard cannot win a straight up fight. He will never fight anybody that he has a chance of losing against. And Rayleigh is one of those people because half of his power is negated because Rayleigh doesn't have a devil fruit. So he's like, fuck that. I don't want that smoke. You know? So. But either way, yeah.
Let's talk about the mural. Let's talk about the mural.
Yeah.
Deny being moved by One Piece? It's happening. Rayleigh was like Mike on the Wizards. He comes to drop 40, but he can't walk for 2 weeks after. He got his Kagashi gimmick. One Kamui, and he's better in it for 2 weeks, bro. Double headlock is nasty.
I like that.
All right, let me. Oh shoot, that's the wrong fucking thing on the show. I want to start with this. Okay, first and foremost, again, I'm with Haku on the like tier that like I haven't been a part of the One Piece community, so a lot of the things that I'm saying has probably been said already. But the first thing that I thought when I saw this mural was that Frankie's a part of it, without realizing it, because Frankie had the Pluton blueprints, and that's what CP9 came to Water 7 for, to get the blueprints for the Pluton. And I believe he remembers how to make it and or build it. I actually think he might be the one kind of commandeering the ship for the most part if the Straw Hats get like the Pluton. But also, like, just as a side note, just kind of glaze my king. Just, what Crocodile, you know what I'm saying? Like, Crocodile can get the Pluton, Cross-Skill kind of important. Maybe he gonna be on the ship too, blasting islands off. I don't know. But how did you guys like interpret all like the first world, second world, and third world stuff and like the mural here? Because like the first thing that I'll say that I noticed immediately is like the people, I'll read it in a second, but the people like with the little like star energy thing in their hand, it looks like a version of like nuclear energy or possibly the mother flame using to power some type of weapon. You can see the arc maxim, that kind of like NL has, but you can also see the Noah underwater too, with some kingly figure there. Like, it's very interesting to interpret. I think the one on the left with like obviously like Luffy and Loki and like all the races against Emu and the Mother Flame is kind of the most obvious one, and obviously Laboon too, because I didn't really talk about this too much, but I know there was a theory that the red line is not supposed to exist, and the reason why all the Laboon whales like have the scars on their head because they all bash the red line because it's not supposed to be there. So possibly the way for the water levels to return back to normal is the destruction of the red line, which will cause a chasm for like the sea to kind of sink back into, and that will kind of restore the world back to like normal water levels. Yeah. I'll leave it at that, but like you guys, yeah. So like when you guys look at the mural and stuff, like what do you guys see? How did you analyze it? Like talk to me. Give me all your theories and prognostications.
You brought up a lot of really like interesting things, but one thing that I think a lot of people haven't said is to the person on the right side in the crown has the two wars. There's the Noah between or beneath them and the animals going 2 by 2. But the thing that they're standing on with the two wars looks like tusks, and it's like elephant shaped. So I'm like, how does that maybe tie into Zoe? Because Zoe had a kingdom on it that was over 1,000 years old, so that's pre-Second World falling, and it has the minx and one of the 4 road poneglyphs.
Okay. Yeah.
I just want to talk about like just the existence of the mural itself, right? Like all this time leading up to this point, we always cared about Joy Boy this, Joy Boy that, Joy Boy, poneglyphs, Joy Boy, and then like we get to Wano, that's when we start talking about Nika. So now we're trying to figure out like how Nika and Joy Boy, like, did they meet? Did they know each other? Like, are they related? Like, what happened with that? And now it's like you look at this mural and you're like, I'm sorry, I keep bringing it up, but it just boggles my mind. They restarted the world over 2 times. Am I the only one that's like completely blown away by this? That's just utterly insane to me. Like, you can't just be like, oh, well, fuck it, we're just going to start over civilization from scratch. Again. Bro. And they're going to do it again. Like, that's all the events that's leading up to One Piece, like, right now, with them, like, getting rid of Lelousia, that's the first step. They're literally mobilizing to restart the world over again.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with like Vegapunk telling the world that the sea level is rising inch by inch.
Yep.
And it's absolutely crazy to me because like this mural has every single race on it. It has Tonkatas, it has Lunarians, it has Fishmen. It's just it's so much happening in this one little picture of a drawing. Like it's just mind-boggling to me.
I keep looking at it in color and all kind of thing. Like I'm trying to analyze everything in the mural because I kind of want to read it for a second, and then you guys kind of just tell me how you interpret like this part, right? So the first world, the earth is engulfed in flame, and the hearts of men burn with desire. So like I kind of feel like with like the first world, devil fruits didn't exist yet, and you know how Vegapunk was like, oh, like dreams became blah blah blah. I kind of believe that maybe through the second world, this is when devil fruits came. You can tell me what you think, but they reached for the forbidden star. From whispered prayers, the sun god rose, beckoned by the enslaved. The god of the land was enraged. With a serpent of fire, they cast the world into ruin. Darkness fell, death reigned. They would not meet again.
That's so ominous.
And
it gives me chills, though. I have goosebumps.
I'm thinking that the first world was like the technologically advanced and the world that Vegapunk talked about, the like industrialized world, and they were probably using the Mother Flame to like power everything in the world that we're seeing there.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like maybe devil fruits didn't exist at that time, and that's the first time we get Nika the original before Joy Boy's like the second coming, Luffy's like the third coming. And maybe that's when devil fruits or Nika itself first came about. I still have no idea what the Earth God or any of the other gods could be when it comes to this.
Do you guys, you know the world serpent from like Norse mythology? Do you think that could possibly be what the snake was that kind of burned the world down? The serpent.
Maybe, but if the sun god is a devil fruit, then it almost makes me want to think that the other gods mentioned are also devil fruits.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know. I read it. I keep looking at this and like. Because when I get to the second world, and it says something about hold on, the second world, a breath stirred in the abyss, the god of this forest summoned its devils, and that to me, I'm like, does that mean like devil fruits? Like I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, the god of the forest could be the tree that the fruits come from.
Eve from the bottom, or maybe Adam, I'm not sure. But those, and obviously, like real quick, Adam and Eve, the fruit. Forbidden fruit kind of thing, so I thought maybe you would go a little bit like I don't know if it's Christianity, I don't know. While the sun lit the embers of war, those of the half and full moons dreamed, and yet the ones who slew the sun defied themselves, invoking the wrath of the sea god. And they say like this, like the sea devil basically took people's ability to swim away, and like they would not breathe again. This is why, for some reason, I feel like this is when devil fruits really came into play in the second world. I could be totally off. I don't know. I'm just theorizing here.
No, that sounds reasonable.
I think you're right. And if they're talking about like the god of the forest summoning his devils, I think that goes back to Skypiea, because remember those people over there, they worship the forest, even though they didn't know that those trees were poisonous. But I think like that was something that was passed down from them, from the first world. And then into the second world, because Skypiea takes place, the Kagura and Nolan flashback takes place a little 500 years ago?
400, I think.
400 years ago. So that would be halfway in between the time of the current day and from the last time they restarted the world over. So that could have been something that was passed down through the poneglyphs and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
It's also interesting. They say the half and full moon. Half moon, a lot of people are saying that's the will of D because the half moon is a D shape, and that makes sense. But then the full moon would be like the Kozuki, right?
Yeah.
And the Kozuki, for years and years, they know the language that's written on the poneglyphs, and they're the masons who carved the poneglyphs. So I think that the whole or full moon mentioned there is maybe reference to the Kozuki and however they were important way back then, since they are the ones who made the poneglyph to tell the story into the future.
And remember, Toki came from the Void Century, bro.
Yeah.
That's where she's from.
She just kept time traveling forward.
This is just something I'm thinking about, but I don't really know if it even has that much to do with anything. But when it says those are the moon dreams, could that have anything to do with Blackbeard? Because remember when Buggy said something about like he doesn't sleep, and like could there be like maybe Blackbeard's from a place like there like his entire island doesn't sleep or something like that, so maybe they could be like the people of the moon or something.
Well, Garcia did say his lineage is special, and after when his crew confirmed it, they're like, "Oh, so you knew about that?" So that could come into play. I also think it ties to Zebek in some way, trying to become king of the world. I actually think knowing more of Zebek's ambitions and what he did know and tried to accomplish would clear up a lot of things.
I think it's interesting that Blackbeard can't dream because, of course, people have said it a million times, or he can't sleep, which means that he literally can't dream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's one of the biggest dreamers, though. That's which is crazy. He's like one of the biggest, I guess, fantasizers or romanticizers.
Yeah, he had a whole speech about it.
Luffy. Dreams never end.
Okay, let me read the third.
And I feel like,
go ahead.
Since ever since the Kuma backstory, we know that Kuma had Buccaneer blood, and that for whatever reason the world government was trying to hunt down anyone with Buccaneer blood. So to me, ever since then, I've been thinking that Blackbeard is just going to be a Buccaneer, and that's like maybe full-blooded Buccaneer, and that's why he can eat multiple devil fruits, and maybe that's why the world government was hunting down anyone with Buccaneer blood, because somebody with enough of it could maybe have multiple devil fruits.
That's possible. Because we have to figure out what about his body's atypical, like Marco said, that allows him to even do this. Because you're supposed to die if you have to. Yes, the symbol of the Kozuki clan and the Ancient Kingdom, like the Ancient Kingdom symbol, actually appears in a lot of islands and a lot of flags and a lot of like shields and whatnot. We need God Valley. We do need God Valley too. But yeah, and then let me just read the third world real quick, because this is the one I think is probably what's to come.
Yeah, it's current day.
Yeah. The third world. Chaos reigns. The world drifts in a void century. Yet time does not erase the memory of the promised day. Its shadow looms as the voice of the half moon echoes through the ages. And once more the sun god shall rise, probably Luffy, laughing, dancing, guiding the world to its final act. The sun is reborn. A new dawn. These also constantly associated with dawn, and Luffy's moves now have dawn in it a lot. Will break. Surely this time they will meet. Now this figure on the left clearly looks like Emu to me, and it's like whatever Umibozu form we kind of saw against Sabo. I don't know. You see you see like Lunarian here. You see Luffy, Nika. You see like giants. You see like Poseidon. You see like some, I guess, fish people. You see Loki. You see Samurai from Wano. You see Emmett. You see Laboon, like the whales. Like you see Minx. It's like the races of the world united to take on Emu, and I think that's what's gonna happen in the final war, obviously. So I still think Frankie's a part of this mural without really realizing.
Oda was not fucking joking when he said the final war is gonna make Marineford look cute.
I think the first side of the mural is supposed to be the first world, and the like left side of the mural, the second world, and then the third world just isn't depicted because it hasn't happened yet. So for me, I think that's Joy Boy's crew, and we're showing that like he had everybody to go up against the founders of the world government, because you have Emu there, and then the ship with the couple people in the ship, and then on the side of who would be Joy Boy in Nika fruit form, you've got like Emmett is there, and then just various people, like somebody from Orz's ancient giant race, a couple like Minks, Tontadas. There's the one ship with somebody who has a katana, and another one who has a shuriken. That'd be Wano.
Yeah, those would be the Kozuki family.
There's probably a lot of truth to that. It's honestly, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I think that's like the Joy Boy one exactly. I know Emmett is there. I don't know if Emmett's gonna play a part in the last work, because Emmett kind of sunk, but we'll see. I just find the mural just so fascinating. Like every time I look at it, I feel like I glean something new.
Find something new every single time.
Ors?
The continent. Yeah, what if that's Ors?
That's interesting. Cause I don't know. You could be right. Cause it looks like Loki to me, but you could be right.
Like I think that the me personally, I think the tree represents Eve.
Yes.
Like, because we already have the Adam tree, we have the Eve tree, then we have the devil fruits coming off of it. So, there's, but you can interpret, like, are the three darkened figures, are they meant to be the weapons? Are they meant to be the ancient weapons personified? Like, you have so much to go off on this mural. It's insane.
The first world, it looked like, I'll be honest, this looks like a fucking sweatshop. Like, it looks like they're taking the flame out and giving it to
I agree with
whatever
you
that
on that, Pat. There's the mother flame is clearly, the mother flame seems to be like the chaos emeralds or something. You know what I mean? Buried deep in the earth, and they're harvesting it, and then they were like, "No, you're not meant to do that, humanity. Stop it." So, some way, somehow, some way, Castlevania 101, don't burn my wife at the stake. We did it anyways. You're fucked. Some god or Dracula told them,
Chakra demon fruit.
don't do that. And they did it anyways, and then it was like, all right, fine, fuck it, I'm gonna burn your world. And that was sort of the first world, because we saw the transition. Because if you look at the first mural, you see the transition. It's a transition. It's a transaction. It's just up, down, up, down. It's a mining colony, which seemed to work until it didn't. So something disrupted that, or they were mining what they weren't supposed to.
They talk about the enslaved, beckoned by the enslaved,
Exactly. They woke up a Balrog. I don't know, but either way, and actually the first mural says that. It says it angered one of the gods. So it's like, all right, you woke up a Balrog. All right. So dwarves, stop mining. Then the second mural, we have, of course, the tree and blah, blah, blah. But by the third mural, which I agree with Naya, the third mural is things that have yet to pass.
That's what I
think.
But it would make sense, because it did seem like Joy Boy united all the races in the ancient kingdom. And Charles Rabbit says, it really makes me curious how the fuck Joy Boy lost. One hockey flex had Emu on his knees. It had to be other extenuating circumstances. That's probably why Zunisha is being punished. And remember, Joy Boy also said, he apologized to the fishmen, but the promised day would still come, which is why I said, even though it's been erased, the promised day has not been lost to time. Like, the day will come, despite how much they try to hide it. So just, I don't know, it's just an interesting mural. I love it.
So Naya, I want to go off on that and say the same thing I already said like an hour ago. Dragon, he's a general. His job isn't to save the few. His job is to save the many. And Joy Boy was playing the long game, just like Dragon is.
That final Emmett could be the final Frankie Shogun. I kind of like that. But yes, I hear what you're saying. I like that too.
Yeah, like, I'm not. Once again, Dragon could be a bum. We don't know. The fact is, nobody in the One Piece community knows yet. Like, but the fact of the matter is, he could be a Joy Boy bet. So did Roger. Joy Boy made the same bet that Roger did. He bet it on the next generation. Dragon said, nah, not me. Actually, I give a lot of respect to Dragon right now, because Dragon said, no, I'm not putting it on my son. I'm not putting it on the next generation. I'm going to make this happen today, tonight. And whether it takes me my whole lifetime, I'm going to make it happen in my generation, not waiting for the next one. So realistically, good on Dragon. Because Joy Boy and Roger, they were just like, I can't do anything but fuck it. Hot potato to the next guy. Yeah. Realistically.
Oh, man. Okay. I don't know if you guys have anything else you want to say about the mural. Like, I could talk about it all day. But go ahead.
Sorry. I had forgotten. I wanted to bring up how I like how the different translations of the text that the giants go by are all fitting. Like how the giants are arguing over whether Nika is a god of liberation or a god of destruction or a god of laughter, where we've seen this entire time it's probably all three, because Luffy, everywhere he's gone the entire series, he's brought laughter and he's freed and liberated people, and he's destroyed everything. So I feel like all three of these are correct.
I actually agree with that. And
that's a great point.
Yeah, that's actually well said.
Because I remember back when they were on Fishman Island, I wanted to fight so hard against Shaki's prediction because not Shaki, what's it,
Charlie,
mommy,
yeah,
Shark
yeah.
mommy.
Shark mommy.
Yeah, she said that Luffy was going to bring about the destruction of Fishman Island. And I was like, Luffy would never do something like that. Like, what the fuck is she talking about? But then, like, I had to put my emotions to the side. I was like, okay, this is the Oda writing the story. Obviously, if he put it in here, it has to mean something. And then now it's like, there's so much more information that we have now that we didn't know then. Like, what the fuck is up with that straw hat that Emu had? What was up with that shit?
Mm-hmm. I think that's Joy Boy's hat, because Joy Boy had a straw hat on in the Emmett flashback.
That's what I thought too. Joy Boy ass might have been fucking big as hell.
100%.
Might be able to grow big.
Yep. And we know that the hat supposedly in Marijoa is his hat.
Mm-hmm. I think I could find the panel just so you could see, because he actually has a straw hat on. But it's when Emmett is talking about it. You have to give me a second to find it. But
why is the hat so large?
Yes,
somebody in the chat said something very interesting.
Okay, talk to me. Read it for me.
He said only humans in the first world. Does this mean they evolved to fit the new worlds?
Ooh.
So, like, did other races come later to adjust to the world? Like the Fishmen and the Lunarians and the...
Kind of like how...
actually, the Fishmen would have came...
Well, go ahead, Alan.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say you might appreciate this. It kind of reminds me of the Zora evolving to become the Rito when the gods flooded the world in Wind Waker, right? So maybe a lot of them had to evolve to the new world because it wasn't what it was, like the continents or whatever. There's way more water. Like, that's interesting. I never even had that thought.
Yeah, let's see. I would originally think that the Fishmen would have come maybe like around the time of the second world or so. The second war, because like when things started flooding, then people would have to adapt to the people who didn't make it up, or like maybe they lived closer to like the water's level. They had to start going underwater more often to get food, and like their bodies adapted more to that, and so then they eventually turned into fishmen, I guess, or like evolved into fishmen. That's just what I thought, but.
Something I said way back in Wano that's like kind of true, kind of untrue now, is I was theorizing something where I was like, we get the cover story with Enel, where we see that the space pirates are anthro-animal people like the minks are, plus it was right when we learned about the Oni existing, and I was like, well, Kaido, Yamato, they look kind of like humans, but with horns and stuff. And I was like, so maybe the ancient giants, the maybe like common ancestor between the minks and the space pirates, I was like, maybe there are some common ancestor races out there that all of the normal ones we see today in One Piece come from. And maybe that is because of the sea level rising, different populations getting split up, because we know that the Lunarians, the name Lunarian is just like from the moon, essentially.
From the moon, yeah.
So they lived on the Red Line, but eventually they were kicked off of the Red Line. So what if the Lunarians who spread out, some of them got trapped on, Burka and became the Burkan, some became the Skypians, some became the Shandians. Then we had the ancient giants. Now we know recently that the giants have ancient giant blood to some degree. So the ancient giants maybe split at some point. Some of them kind of evolved down into the regular giants, and some evolved into the Oni, because Oni are basically just smaller ancient giants that look more humanoid. And then we could have the same with the long legs, because something that we had really early on in One Piece was the idea that the different islands were separated, so evolution happened really quickly, which is why we had islands that had dinosaurs and some that were completely different from that. So maybe that's a part of it, is that all of these people, whenever the world gets destroyed, get separated, and because they're separated on different islands, they evolve quickly to meet different niches, like the long arms, long legs, etc.
I like that.
My only.
We're putting our brain cells together right now.
Yeah. My only problem with that one is
actually,
the fact
Reaver,
that...
1 second. Like, actually, continue what you're saying. Pat, just look at the screen and you'll see Joy Boy. For a second, just look at the screen so you can see like the straw hat. Like he's actually wearing it. So I think that big hat is his hat. So he's like, I'm gonna gather my most powerful hockey and ceiling inside you. The silhouette here, you can see the straw hat. Then you can kind of still see it because he's like he looks big, but he's not as big as Emmett, obviously. And then even lower in his silhouette, straw hat. So I actually think the big straw hat in Emu's freezer is Joy Boy's actual straw hat. I could be wrong, but that's what I think. And I think Roger having it symbolized like Joy Boy to some degree, but again, I still think Roger was the one person who defied all the odds and found out the truth of the world he was never supposed to know, which is why I respect him.
I do think that the straw hat in the chamber is Joy Boy's.
Yeah. Scopper Gaban? Axe? Where's the handle? Is he about to work them? Like you guys be kind. You thought you were nice. He's about to work them. How do we feel about Scott Pergaman, man?
He's amazing.
I like him.
He's like, I like mischief. He's like, y'all want to free Loki? All right, let's do it.
I mean, his girlfriend, they call him Mountain Eater for a reason.
You don't know.
No, don't kill me. Everyone's saying he's Mountain Eater because he had to climb on.
No. He left everything open-ended. He goes, what are Loki's powers? Hey, did he hear that only red-haired Shanks was the one to defeat him? I mean, and remember, Luffy, Zoro, and Nami, it was Omo and Kashi who explained it to the rest of the Straw Hat Crew who Scopper was. They have no idea who they're fighting. He didn't say, hey, I'm Scopper Gaban.
I know. He's still Yarsan.
Strongest people in the universe.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't. He just said, "I'm the harbinger of love, baby." Key, what are you taking from me?
I also like that. Like he had a little flashback of like Roger not really listening to reason and them trying to like convince him and Luffy like being like, I think like this guy's gonna lecture us. Let's just go.
Yes,
Loki.
it's very Luffy.
But like what I really appreciate about it is like for a long time we always talked about the right hand, and with Wano we talked about the like I think the wings, the left and the right hand of the future Pirate King being Sanji and Zoro. So Scopper, Gaban, and Rayleigh also kind of embody that. So I like that. So Sanji. I don't know. Community be weird about Sanji, but hey man, respect my man. He gonna kick you out of orbit.
Yeah, let's get the Mountain Eater epithet out of the way. Yeah, it's all about Ripley.
The clitoris.
That man, his arm. I'm sorry, Sanji's hockey is not up to the task. Nobody's hockey is up to the task of taking Ripley down. But Scopper, goddamn, D Bond, got that shit. Scopper Gaban is automatically top 5. I don't give a fuck.
Cause not to be that guy, I just laugh because I'm like, what do you do? You just climb in there and rub it against the wall? Like, what do you do?
Bro, this man fathered a giant child. I don't give a fuck how it happened. You can, yeah.
Like
his hockey.
Like Luffy could do it. He could get bigger. You know what I'm saying? In Gear 5, I don't know. It's just funny to me to think about.
This
like
man's hockey is top tier. I'm not gonna hear a bad word about Scopper Gaban because his endurance. Remember when Rayleigh went up against Kizaru and said, I'm getting a little old and my endurance is a little weak now. Scopper doesn't have that problem. I don't care how old he is. He's in his 70s, but he doesn't have an endurance problem. No stamina problem there.
He got the hockey Viagra, bro, on deck.
He got the hockey Viagra. He is fucking lit. Scopper Gaban right now is probably stronger than Rayleigh because this man not only had to go toe-to-toe with his wife, but he also has been on Elbaf for 20 years fighting apparently against the strongest island in the New World. The man...
Nah, I respect
Scopper is going to give... People who think that Luffy's going to just gear forth and wash him are just out to fucking lunch. Scopper's going to be like, boy... What are you doing?
Is it weird that I actually want Zoro to fight him though?
I want Zoro to fight him too, but I think Luffy's gonna like immediately gear fourth, like not gear fifth. He's gonna gear fourth, try Snake Man or something, and Scopper's gonna catch the punch and be like, "This is what beat Kaido," because the man has literally been like, "Oh, you beat Kaido.
That's cute.
Right?
That's cute.
Yeah, that's cute." Like Scopper's like, yeah, I wanted to visit Wano again. Thanks for doing that. You freed up my weekend. Like, the man is literally sitting there like, yeah, Rayleigh, Roger, and I, we were this tier. Rayleigh might have fallen off. Roger's dead, but I was still in the New World. Just saying. I didn't fall off. Like, so Scopper's going to be like, hey, boy, really? Try to fight me. See what happens.
Haku, what
Naya?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, with what Naya said about Zoro, I mean, Scopper did just talk about interracial relationships in front of Zoro, so might be on.
Oh.
Not the minority hunter, he's back.
People really be talking about climbing that mountain, but Scopper did it for real. He did it for real.
People actually complain about that epithet because we had Pirate King, Dark King, Mountain Eater. It's like, it's like, no. You don't know what mountain he ate.
And also,
that is a better title than the Dark King and the Pirate King put together, I would argue.
No, that shit is raw for real though. It is raw.
That is raw. That is 100%.
You got my respect.
Scopper Gabon is now top 5, and I'm gonna make a shirt. Top 5. Scopper Gabon, the real Mountain Eater.
I'm actually excited to see him go at it because I mean obviously he's from like did it say Roger was sick and surrounded and he by himself just defended him and completely cleaved all the trees, but you know what the real meaning is.
Yeah, he actually people actually made a there's a theory around that the Drum Islands with their 5 peaks, they used to have trees on them, and that was the island where Roger went to get his health care at the top of one of them, and Scopper was the one to clear up the forestry.
They did say a hospital in the mountains, and Drum Kingdom was known for its medical stuff.
And he went there apparently, and Scopper literally, that's why there's no trees on any of the 5 islands. Or 5 mountains.
They said, wait, why is it really called the DarkKing?
On Drum Island.
And what would be the opposite of a Knight Rider for males? He like them dark skinned. If Oda wrote Taro gone.
Does anybody have anything? No. Here's my next question. Does anybody have anything bad to say about Scopper Gabon? That's the real
I don't.
question.
Not yet. I don't. I like him. I like everything about him so far. I was gonna say this. I'd be remiss not to mention this because this truly touched me. Saul, Robin reunion. I needed that. That warmed my heart. I know it bothered a lot of people. I never thought Saul was dead for like a long time, so like I'm cool with it. But
wait, it bothered. Wait, whoa.
Some people think it kind of like downplays his sacrifice because blah 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 whoop de whoop. You know, One Piece, no one dies. Yeah, I get it. It's fine, whatever. But
how about we have some happiness for him, man? Tell him to shut up.
Yeah.
Damn.
No, I think it's fine.
Go ahead, Haku.
No, I thought. Oh, hold on. You're saying, just so I'm clear, you're saying not that the reunion bothered people. The fact that Saul was alive bothered people.
And the fact that they had this moment, like,
right?
It downplays that his sacrifice 20 years ago and blah blah. I'm like, no, it doesn't. But the community will community.
Downplay anything.
I was about to say.
I mean, the community's calling Roger a fraud, so like, I can't take them seriously.
My heart too, and I was one of the people. You can see my reviews. I'm not happy. I'm like, fuck. Why is Saul alive? I'm that guy. I'm literally saying that right before that chapter. I'm there on video on YouTube saying, no, this ain't cool. Kill your characters, Oda. And then when we got that, I was like, I don't give a fuck. This is so wholesome.
Yeah, I needed that.
Amen.
I don't give a fuck.
So I had the
that's what people don't get.
Hold on. Haku, see what you're gonna say first. Don't forget what you're saying, Pat. Go ahead.
Okay. So I had the most cursed thought a reaction or two ago when God, when Shamrock said he was going to the school or like going after the children or whatever, I was like, so did Saul survive the Buster call on O'Hara just to get off when they go to kidnap the kids here in front of Robin when Robin and Chomp are the only ones there?
No, please,
Aku.
no, we can't have.
Pat,
My heart will
Pat,
break.
I'm going. We can scream no together, brother.
No.
No.
No. No.
That's what I was trying to get at before Haku said such a dark, disturbing thought. But we literally in the last 2 arcs of Wano and Egghead have seen so much pain and suffering. Like it's gotten to an all-time high. Like One Piece has been a lot of doom and gloom lately since we've been going through it. And for us to have a moment where one of the characters that we've been with for like the last 15 years or so had such a depressing backstory, to finally have a moment in her life where a piece from her childhood is given back to her. How can you get mad at this?
Right.
Like, it doesn't change anything in the story. She still went through that experience. It still affected her. It still made her who she is today.
By the way, Luffy in his Yakuza, thank you for taking care of one of my own, killed me. I don't know where you learned that, but that shit killed me. why did he do that?
Go talk to Jinbei before he got there.
Oh, man.
Nigga spent too much time on Wano. That's where he got that from.
Oh, man.
I actually like that because it was kind of like a callback to Ace.
Yeah, like learning how to like greet people properly.
Oh, yeah.
Not like him doing the whole pose, but just him thinking.
What's her name again?
Oh,
From,
Shanks.
what the fuck's her name? Makino? Makino, right?
Makina, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, anything you want to highlight on Elbaf? You think we need to talk about? Gunko, the Harley text, anything? Oh, I do want to talk about Haruji a bit. Go ahead.
I like that Gunko's devil fruit is basically Medusa soul leader.
Yes. We all had the same thought.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely. Shout out to them. Saul Living just continues to trend that people hate. Sorry, what I wanted to say. And the fact that it was a flashback character made it even worse. People assume those actually stuck. We could end up seeing Bellamere at this rate. No, I've stopped caring, but I get why people didn't like it. A thing is that why he didn't bother to let Robin know when she's 2 years with Dragon that he's alive. It cheapens their relationship a lot. You think so? I don't know. I'm not. I kind of.
We just gotta ignore that.
Nothing to do with each other.
I don't know.
It just happens so much in One Piece at this point. People not talking to people. We just gotta say sometimes people just don't talk.
No, I would also wager that Saul, like, him giving Robin that promise of like finding a family or like people that would protect her and make her happy. I would also think that within that, he himself probably expected her to go on an adventure eventually if she found that, and she would eventually make her way to Elbaf.
I also wonder.
Hiding for like
yeah,
20 years.
I was gonna say. Also, wouldn't he be wanted by the Marines for like quote unquote doing what he did anyway? So he has to hide somewhere. So he's just biding his time on Elbaf. So you know what I mean? I don't know, but Elbaf's been hitting so far. Right now, I've been enjoying it a lot. I want to see what Scopper Gaban's gonna do. Let's get it. Also, talking about Loki's dad and like him taking off the horns and them having like the ancient giant race and stuff.
Yes,
that was.
To talk about that.
Yeah, Go ahead. Take it from me. I gotta pee real quick. Give me a second.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, Oda always loves to do the thing in One Piece where like he'll build a reputation of a character before we have them introduced to us, and then it turns out to be like the opposite of what they actually are. So I feel like in this case, King Harold was not the benevolent, English is hard, leader that we thought he was. I actually feel like he was neutering the new generation of giants so that they would be like subservient to the government rule when they're ready to take over Elbaf. Because like, when they first pulled up and then all the giants were talking about some like, oh, being a warrior is outdated. It's all about love and peace, et cetera, et cetera. And then, like the disappointing looks on the Straw Hat.
You're thinking of Mother Caramel line?
So what?
You're thinking the Mother Caramel sort of line here?
Something like that, yeah. Like instead of like having the Giants grow up to be like, full on warriors that like take what they want and then a force on the seas, they're just like big giant crybabies that can be bent to their will and do whatever it is that the government asks.
Okay.
I mean, that's potentially a thing because, like, I think we'll learn more whenever we get like a flashback for Loki and Hyrudine, given that Hyrudine's mother was somebody from another group
of giants down on Elbaf
or whatever, and there was some persecution there, and that's sort of a part of the reason it seems like why Hyrudine's father probably wanted to open the borders of Elbaf this time to the outside world.
Yeah, I also like we saw in the throne room that fucking summoning circle is there, bro.
Yeah, I don't know how those work. Like, that was always there?
Yeah, so that means that the Gorosei have been there before.
Permanent. We don't know. That's
like,
the big thing. Like, do we know?
Was it there before, or did it happen when they came and it stays there?
Different, by the way. Yeah, it's different.
Different from the Gorosei
one that King Harald had there, or maybe an ancient giant. We don't know. Can they? But because by that logic, why don't they just go to Laugh-Tail? They can summon themselves everywhere. Just go to Laugh-Tail. So I'm under the impression is that symbol was always there and didn't leave, not because the Gorosei went away or the God's Knights, but because that symbol was already imprinted there on Elbaf. Maybe during the Void Century, maybe during King Harald's era. We don't know.
Yeah, because if it wasn't already there, then somebody would have had to have drawn it, and I don't see who else was there to draw it to summon them in.
Yep. So I'm thinking that thing was always there on Elbaf.
Because it's not as scratchy as the ones that that Saturn used, and the ones that Saturn used had 5s in them, and this one doesn't have the 5s in it.
Yeah, it's a very different one. Obviously, it's different because it's summoning God's Knights, not Gorosei. That makes sense.
We also saw them try to summon Brook with this method too, but Brook got sent via Kuma's thing. I don't know if that's related in any capacity, like the little demon circle they made. What the island Brook was on for 2 years, but
the thing.
just a thought, just throwing it out there.
Yep.
Yeah, I also hadn't had any time. Sorry, I hadn't had any time to cut in, but after talking about it earlier, I had to yayo go find the Raws. So I read through the Raws of chapter before last, and yeah, I can confirm this whole time I was thinking that after Garling got promoted, that he had just promoted his son to captain, but no, their titles are totally different in the Japanese.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was saying. So
yeah, like I just went back and read it, and Shamrock is just called Dancho, which is just like captain, whereas Garling is the Daiko Shireikan, which is like commander-in-chief.
Yeah, so we have the chief commander or supreme commander, and then we have captain commander. So it is.
I went back to double check it, and yeah, 2 totally different words.
I wouldn't give you bad information.
I got a question after you guys are done. I got a question.
Oh, I just wanted to say one thing because I did miss this part. Was about the Nico Robbins Saul flashback. Was simply them meeting again was very as that version. I'm one of the people, as I already said, that said Saul should die, like keep characters dead for God's sakes, you know what I mean? And then Robin just coming up and saying, I don't want to talk about bad things. I want you to praise me. I want you to tell me that I did what you asked. I went and found a family. And I got one. So I want you to
praise me.
Hug me and say I did a good job. Like, she wants Saul's approval more than anyone's in the world. and now that Saul's alive, she can get it. And so she's just like, I did a good job, you know? And then we get this whole, they start crying and stuff. I've experienced this with multiple mangas of characters come back to life and stuff like that, and people are like, I don't care about this, I don't care about that, yada yada. Sometimes it doesn't need to make sense. It's just like, Saul's alive, alright. Does it destroy the story? No. So fuck it. Bring him back. So we get this emotional. Gorgeous. It's one of my favorite. Robin and Saul reunion. 100.
Yeah, that was beautiful. But I
One
want
Piece
to.
is so beautiful.
Yeah, we can move back up.
I was gonna say Harujin being Loki's brother makes me laugh because I'm like, you lost, like, Geared second Luffy knocked you out in the Coliseum. I'm like, how strong are you really? Like, I don't believe in it. Go ahead, Alan. Alan.
No, that's I just like that too. I don't really care that Saul survived. I'd much rather like seeing Robin happy, knowing everything that she has gone through and what she had to go through to get to this point. And like I just prefer seeing just that reunion that she had, and like Rika was saying, just the moment when she was like, I don't want to talk about any of that other shit, that bad shit. Like, I just want you to tell me that I did a good job.
Like, but I will say my only problem with it is that it does take away from the fact that in the 1-0 arc, literally the arc before and not that long ago, that she saw Saul, her mother, and fuck.
The Clover?
Clover, yeah, thank you. They were all manifesting. She accepted, like, this was a moving past the trauma moment for her. She's like, I love them. I wish they were here, but they're dead. I can't do anything about that. All I can do is move forward. It sort of diminishes that slightly because one of them was alive the whole time. So that sort of beats that point because she was supposed to, she didn't get over her trauma until Enni's lobby, and she obviously still wasn't over her trauma until Wano. She finally faced her ghosts and went forward, and now to be saying, hey, by the way, rug pulled up under you, Saul's alive, you know, it sort of diminishes her resolve to accept death in that regard. So I didn't like that. If it had happened, let's say Punk Hazard level, I wouldn't have minded as much, but it literally happened the arc before. So, and not that, like, it was later half of Wano. So
I think these are one of those things where it's like, it's one of those criticisms that, like, I could understand, but it just doesn't personally bother me. It kind of reminds me of the Kozuki saying that the Kurozumi were meant to burn, and I get why it bothers a lot of people in many aspects, but I just don't give a damn. Fuck them.
Yeah, Wano's so bad that, like, that's not even in the top 100 worst things we got.
That being said, anything you think you forgot to touch on? Oh, I wanted to ask you guys this. For Shamrock, what do you think his ultimate role is going to be? Because he was one of the people that was shown to be, like, one of the people who are going to go after the One Piece. His dad was in the picture and some other people. He was silhouetted at the time. Do you think he's going to outlive Garling and, like, be more of a player in the end game? Or do you think Garling is going to be the one who has more of a role in the end game? I'm just curious as to what you think.
Yeah, I think he's just like the placeholder of for Garling in this generation, and he's gonna take over what Garling's position is right now.
So you think he'll be a Gorosei at some point? Maybe.
Yeah,
or
eventually.
just as a God Knight. the
Yeah,
supreme
I think
commander eventually.
most of all, I think he's gonna be a foil to Luffy. I think it's gonna be like Luffy is gonna interact with him at some point in Elbaf, or at least I hope he is. And obviously, he's gonna mistake him for Shanks visually, but like we already know Luffy has great intuition, so he's gonna know that that's not Shanks immediately. And he's gonna be shocked initially, but afterwards, he's gonna know that it's not Shanks. So I think it's gonna be like some sort of, I don't know how, but it's gonna be like a symbolic way.
This man was so convinced. He convinced two giants to be like, no, Shanks couldn't do that. Well, there could have been the evil twin brother, like we're in a soap opera. Yeah, that's got to be the answer. Like immediately, he convinced two giants who got dog walked. Immediately, like, yeah, no,
Yeah,
kid. You know,
because
so
he believes in Shanks so much. So like seeing somebody that looks just like him causing all these atrocities, I think it's gonna do something.
I feel like this is a Roy Mustang, Lisa Hawkeye sort of idea, where it's just like, no, that's not you. Immediately, don't care that you look the same. Nope. I already got the feel. I got the vibe. I got the feel.
Yeah,
I feel like Luffy should have fought. I know like Luffy could like, I know he has his moments like even when like the fake straw hats came in like Sabaody, but the reason that I think that it should be fine now is because of his observation hockey, and even on Wano when on Shanks sent Green Bull his Wi-Fi hockey, he's like a very familiar face. His very familiar face came to mind. So I'm like, I don't think Shamrock is gonna have that same type of energy hockey or whatever the case is. So I think Luffy will be able to tell at least by that, even if visually he's confused for a second. Plus, you should remember that he gave you his hat after losing an arm. Like he has two hands.
Yeah,
Or,
he's gonna see two
one
arms
thing,
too.
the arm, the hair, the scars, but also it'll be the white beard. You're not him.
Plus, that nigga Shamrock don't smile, bro.
Yeah, I think it could actually be an inversion of the usual joke.
Up his ass. He wants to be Shanks and he's not.
Go ahead, Haku.
Like, it's an inversion of the usual joke, where usually the joke is that, you know, Luffy falls for Sogeking and Usopp stuff, he falls for the fake straw hats, and all of this, but the joke this time around is going to be that he immediately can tell it's not Shanks, whereas everybody else is like, they look exactly the same. This is the one time you don't fall for it.
You're gonna be like, Akagami, red hair, and Luffy will be like, no, it's obviously not him. Are you guys stupid? That's gonna be the joke. I'm with you. I'm here for that.
Yeah, I'm 100% on board with that one. I feel like the whole Shamrock thing is not gonna, as much as people want it to be, it is not gonna trick Luffy.
Yeah.
It just won't.
He knows.
And I'm okay with that. That makes good characterization because he knows Shanks. Shanks is his foster father. He's not gonna mistake him.
Yep. No, I wouldn't say foster father. He's more like a big
foster
brother.
uncle, whatever you want.
Uncle, yeah.
But either way, he's his inspiration. He's never gonna mistake. It'd be like mistaking LeBron James for Michael Jordan. You ain't gonna make the mistake.
Yeah.
But it would be very alarming if he wouldn't be able to realize he has two fucking hands. I would be very concerned.
I'm very interested to see how the dialogue goes because I'm like, I feel like Shamrock is a problem. So.
But I don't think even Shamrock. I don't think he would play that game either. I don't think he'd go.
No, he's a very serious guy.
How you doing or something like try. For one thing, we have no indication that Shamrock would even stoop to that level.
Yeah.
Like to try to play that game.
He's all about business, bro.
He's also a noble in the sense that he probably wouldn't want to be like, bro, I'm not that filthy fucking sea urchin who wants to be in the impure world. Like, don't you dare. Like, I could almost see that too. Like, it means like cut it out. That's not me. No.
I actually have a feeling. Here's how I actually see it. Our Wings of the Pirate King. Now, this is just some fan fiction bullshit, but I feel like even if Sanji isn't on the level of Zoro yet, we got some Scopper Gaban shit to go through. But if Luffy gets paused just for a moment to be like, oh shit, like Shamrock shows up, he thinks it's Shanks, his hockey's all messed up, Shamrock takes advantage, Zoro and Sanji come in, boom, blocking the initial shot. You're like, Captain, get your head in the game. You know what I mean? I like that visual. I like the idea that he stuns Luffy for a moment with his looks, just for a moment, and Luffy's not able to respond. That, you know what I mean? And then what do you have? You have the left hand and the right hand of the Pirate King coming in to make up the slack.
There you go.
You know, I think I like that. I like that visual. The idea that Luffy will, as we all agreed, he doesn't have the scars, he doesn't have the arm, like he's 2 arms. Is like, come on, Luffy, what the fuck? But you'd still be shocked if you saw a twin immediately. You'd be faltered for a second, and in hockey game, that's death. You know.
Yeah.
So.
With that being said, do you guys have any final words for the people? We're not gonna rank it now because it's too early. I'm not gonna rank it now. We'll revisit when Elbaf's over. But I didn't want to talk about it so far because I've been enjoying it. I was about to mention I did see him use partial Gear 4th moves. That was pretty cool. So it looks like Gear 4th can be something that he can like just pull out moves from and kind of use. You know, when in Gear 2nd when he started using them in burst, I wonder if Gear 4th will kind of become something he can use in burst like that too. So should be interesting. How would y'all feel about Kuma regaining his will and Vegapunk, Stella returning via his clone? Because Lilith is currently building her lab to achieve these things. I think once Kuma reappeared, I had it, and Vegapunk wasn't really dead. I had an inclination that they'd fix him. So I think the reason that real quick, then you go after me. The reason that I think it's interesting is just only because I think with Kuma's having his memory back, we can get a little bit more insight into the revolutionaries, which I want to know more about. So I think that pipeline works. Go ahead, Aku.
It doesn't bother me because Kuma deserves it. Like after all he's done, I feel like Kuma's done more for the Straw Hats than any other non-Straw Hat, and it's not even a close race. Like second place might be Pedro dying for them to get to Wano, but that's like a distant second place. So A, he deserves it, and B, if Lilith is able to bring them back and everything, I feel like that is like an epilogue end of series kind of thing. Like the final war's already done, we're wrapping stuff up in the epilogue, and we see that, you know, Kuma and Vegapunk are back. I feel like that is like end of the series kind of thing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say the exact same thing. Yeah. Everything was, as far as the new arc goes, everything is being completely solid at this point. Like, I haven't seen a single One Piece fan complain about, you know, the Loki stuff, the hockey stuff, our lore reveals. You know, it started off a little weird with the stuff like that, but we moved past that incredibly quickly. We're there with Dorian Broggy. We have the God's Knights. We have the reveal of Shamrock and stuff. I think we are moving into some of the best One Piece in 2025, and I'm just really looking forward to it.
As am I. We cooking right now. You got anything you want to say, Mr. Pat? And then Alan? Final words?
Yeah, I'll say I feel like of all the arcs in the New World, Elbaf has definitely had the fastest start. We've gotten like a lot of earth-shattering reveals so far, and how many chapters in the Elbaf are we? Like 10?
10-ish, like maybe double digits, like low double digits.
I think we're like 13, something like that. It's not very much.
Yeah, it's not a lot, and we've already had so much happen so far. So I'm eagerly anticipating the rest. We're on break this week. It's killing me. Mm-hmm. But when One Piece comes back, all will be restored in the world once more.
Alan? Is he there? Any final words?
For Elbaf, right?
Just in general.
I like it.
I like it.
Yeah, no, I like it a lot. Now that we have Shamrock, I don't have to wish for Shanks' death just as much. They can just give me either one of them. I'll be fine.
Bro, this guy, man, he won't rest.
I'm telling you, Blackbeard's gonna rip out the other arm and beat him with it, man.
Yeah, bro, look, I just need Blackbeard to take one of them. Okay, I don't care which one. He's got to take one of them.
Facts. I'll take either at this point.
Alan discriminates against redheads, guys.
100%.
I appreciate everybody coming through. This was a lot of fun. Just real quick, I am reviving the Baroque's Works broadcast, so we'll be back with that soon. Try to get 3 out by March, just to catch up for January and February. I want to do it once a month at the very least, but we'll choose our own topics. Maybe we'll do a community thing where you guys can pick certain topics you want us to touch on, and then I'll get any and everybody that I can. So Haku and Griever, if you guys are ever available, when I do them. I don't have a set date, but I'll let you guys know a few days in advance at least, and you can get that popping. For anybody here who is also a Tower of God fan, do not forget to vote in Haku's character poll for Mew Love every single time. I'm joking. Vote for who you want, obviously. I posted in the chat. I'm going to post it again because obviously we'll be going through that. And in about, I think, 2 weeks, if I remember correctly, the Tower of God will be completely caught up in terms of official, so that we can get the family head stream going, because we'll all be caught up and be on the same page, so no one will get spoiled. And I really want to talk to you guys. I need to pick your guys' brain about what's been going on. So very excited about that. And yeah, man, Elbaf's been hitting. Shout out to One Piece. I actually also wanted to just give a shout out to I admit that I still watch the anime the way that I watch it. I just skip to the parts I want to see. I don't sit through the whole episode more often than not. But I've been enjoying a lot of the like Aokiji and Garp was really fun. The Galaxy Impact was fun. Honesty Impact was good. Seeing Blackbeard and La have a couple more scenes that the manga had. All of that stuff was really enjoyable. So shout out to One Piece. We back right now. You know,
shout out
I
to
honestly
Animation,
really feel what was it, I can't remember who said it. Might have been Recon, might have been someone, but I really feel like Oda is very, very, very into this arc. Actually, more so than Wano. Even though the editors kept saying he was so hyped for Wano, I didn't feel that passionate in Wano personally. I feel it now. I could be wrong. I don't know the man. I'm not in his brain, but just wanted to point that out there. Shout out to Judge for creating a new race of humans by modifying his kids. Hail the Germa Metal Man race. All right. Shout out to Niji, my boy. All right, everyone, y'all be safe. We signing out. See y'all soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.